Alright, folks, welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第170聊天。It is day 179. Getting closer and closer to that 100-day review. Let's see. We had a few things yesterday that I recall. Oh, that is rough looking. Let's try again. Ugh. Okay, that's good enough. This was fun. Exert. Imagine it. Got it. Right. Imagine it. To measure. This one is. Ooh. This needs help. Diao. Right. Diao for tune. And I think we're combining it with sheng. Yeah, sheng. Or yeah, sheng diao. Sheng diao. Could be better. Fine. Whoops. Which gives tone. And then our last one was Luan. Lun. Yeah, no, Lun. Lun for chaos. Okay. Those are the ones from yesterday. Let's get into it. Happy Flag Day, American Flag Day. It's 4th of July. Hopefully, those, my neighbors, people around enjoying their barbecues, Americana barbecues. Always enjoy the summer days out back, right? Hang around the bonfire or pit fire. Chilling, reminiscing. Usually complaining and debating about things, and occasionally throw in like a bunch of American football conversation. Alright, lessons.
购买
购买 to purchase, buy. Make sense? 购买 我需要购买一件新 what 衬衫 recognizing 衬衫 is a little bit slow. Oh,
购买摇篮
摇篮摇篮摇shaking basket or cradle 摇篮中的 something are 安静的入睡 a cradle center of something dealing with a child quietly sleep. So the child is in the middle of the cradle. Okay, so the baby in the cradle falls asleep. Okay, fair enough. It sounds like I'm saying things backwards, but that's fine. Oh wait, I didn't know what this is.
摇篮中的婴儿安静的入睡。
婴儿 So this means something really young too. Interesting. Let's see. 摇篮
遗址
Oh no. Oh wait, that's not plant. Wait. Oh, I just realized plant is different from plant. Like, this plant is different from Japanese plant. What happened there? I just went over this. That's why I didn't connect the dots for plant. Because they have the L, like this thing. They have this. I wonder if that's a type-based difference. I have a stroke here. The more you know. Shift, right? Shift plant. So a plant you shift into a new location. Transplant. Fair enough. 移植 Shen and also hard. 生站 no 新 yeah 新站移植手术 no 手 yeah 手术 surgery 手术 okay heart transplant or heart surgery I suppose heart transplant surgery
遗址
设置设置 establish or create establish and set up okay to set up interesting how that to set up I think establish is still fine too请帮我设置一个题oh wait this is remind but I'm not sure is that T still yeah T new one T 提醒
请帮我设置一个提醒。
设置 what's happening 设置
设置。预测。
预测。Well, at least we get to use 测 now. 预测。Before what? Before measure? To predict in advance. Yeah, in advance to measure. Measure in advance. Alright, predict, forecast, fair enough. We had another forecast. I don't remember what the other forecast is. 你违法，yes， 你违法预测未来。You 违法 unable. You are unable to predict the future. Yeah, you can't predict the future. Yeah.
预测。
预测。Shellfish
购买。
购买。
移植。
移植。
预测。
预测。
设置。
设置。
摇篮。
摇篮。摇篮。Okay. Moving right along. 货物。货物。Stuff, things, and 货。What the 货 commodity? Yeah, it's good. We have so many versions of goods, merchandise, assets, property, products, things, and in the end of the day, if all else fails, 东西, that's it. 东西 it's a thing. If all else fails, default to things. But yes, yeah, merchandise, commodity. Yikes. 货物 okay. 这个箱子里什么 Oh no, what is that? No. 酱忙了 Really? 酱忙了货物。装忙。装忙。Do I have that? 装忙 shape dress 装 yeah, but 装忙 for fool? I guess you have the form of fullness. No, wait, is that really attire? I'm gonna need help with that in the future. I'm not sure about that one.
货物。梦想。
梦想 dream, fair enough. Dream to think. Dream. 我的梦想是成为一名 一名作家 作家 is a writer. Yes, 作家 writer. Yes. 成为 it changes, the tone changes. 成为 Oh wait, was it always 成为? No, it wasn't. That's a tone swap. I think.
梦想
梦想
测试
测试 to test, measure and test to test, but not to measure. 我们需要测试它的知什么？知值知识。I'm not looking at this closely. Yeah, 知识. That's the bugle with a word instead of bugle with the ears. Yeah, 知识 knowledge. Okay. Okay. 测试
测试
对
位置
位置 position. I'm contemplating a milestone in which I take a break and just cycle through what I know now. I don't know if that's where I'm gonna do it. I feel like there's a position in which I want to pause because I want to use these words now, but I need to liberate the time to use them. I haven't thought about it yet. Like if I cover HSK 1 through 6, I think I'm just gonna pause there and then do something and then come back. But I'll use like the practice. We'll practice them instead of learning. What I mean by pause, I mean pause the lessons, not pause the reviews. Just do the reviews, practice, but not continue to learn new things. I don't know. Thinking. I still have like 100+ days before I decide. The learning aspect is great and all. However, I just I don't think I find this the same as other people. I don't think you should keep on learning past a certain volume without practicing to solidify and maintain something. So, while it's kind of fun to constantly learn new vocabulary, there's like a significant overlap now. Right now we have nuance words, like for example, position. I think I can sort of express position in like 7 or 8 different ways now. And we do not have nuance for when or where to why all of these words exist. So it's one of those, yeah, a lot of vocabulary words and whatnot. But now I just kind of want to spend time reading text or reading an explainer of differentiating between all of these. Like, what's the difference between that position and that position and this position? It might sound like more of the same thing, but not really. I'm just genuinely interested. Anyways, position, right? This is position. There's also location, like chu, like using like chu. We could use chu. We could use zheng. Zheng combined with something else. We could use li for position. Li, as in like stand. Stand can be used as a way to illustrate position. Weird. 位置 a position to stand up. How did I actually don't remember how way becomes position. Oh, yes. Yeah, Chu is location. Wei zhi. Okay. Yep, location and a place. Of course. Oh, an alternative read. Oh, this time the alternative read is the silence one. Interesting. 位置. 位置.地理位置 位置. Actually, I think I normalized to silencing this 位置. That's kind of interesting. I have a really common. I wonder where Kevin's getting this alternative read, but oftentimes whenever there's an alternative read, I naturally lean towards the alternative read. So I'm kind of curious where Kevin is getting this reference. Because like Yifu versus Yifu. And this is common too, 位置. And so 位置. I don't know where it's coming from.
位置
位置. 位置. Okay.
动摇
动摇. To waver, to move while shaking. It moves and shakes gently side to side to waver. To shake, yeah, that's like. 它的 yeah, wavering can be figurative. 它的决心动摇了。
他的决心动摇了。
动摇
Alright. Alrighty.
货物动摇
Yep.
梦想位置
位置 呢 位置
测试
测试 Okay. 购物 purchase things. Shopping. Oh, and we have another shopping. What was it? 逛街 right? Like, for example, 逛街 买东西 could be shopping too. Yeah, I think we're approaching a point now where I'm starting to feel like I think we have enough abstract synonyms. Now I just want to read a bunch. It would be really interesting. Like, I would be genuinely be like, oh, so that's where you would, okay, so that's where you would use that and here and that. And then what happens is, the fun part is whenever I read a sentence nowadays, I'm like, oh, but you could say it this way. And that reinforces all of these things. And I kind of miss that. You don't get it in SRS, but I do it in the evening and stuff where I look for it. I say, that's interesting that they use that phrase instead of this one and use that word. use that word instead of this word, etc. But I haven't found a very reasonable way yet to divide up my time and or swap over. So besides playing a game, there are quite a lot of indie Chinese games that I could start playing. I think I'm getting to a point where there's just so many things to do and I just can't stay up. I cannot do it without resting. So as much as I want to be the next guy who tries to go at like 500 miles per hour or whatever units you decide to use, 1,000 kilometers per hour, that's a young person's game. I can't really do that. Gotta keep discipline. Nevertheless, it is so tempting to just start like 7 different things and not stay consistent with any of them. It's very easy to start rushing things and getting used to dumping things and cycling things very, very quickly. Like, oh, I spent 1 month doing this. I pretty much know everything. Time to move on to the next thing. I think it takes, in my opinion, nowadays, because of the way internet works, right? It is much easier to do something for a week and then drop it, right? And then start the next thing. Do it for a week. In fact, it gets very tempting to, and I find myself doing this a little bit when I'm looking at the next project. Like I'm sorting out all what I'm gonna do, like looking background, doing some stuff on what the next project is or going to be, and it's so difficult to not click on a YouTube video and this guy just summarizes in 15 minutes, and then you ask yourself, is this going to take me more than a week? If it takes you more than a week, you're like, why not? I hope this only takes me 3 days. And my first thought is, no. That's not how it goes. We do those things in moderation, because I have to also work on things that take a very long time, things that require discipline and stuff, so that I don't get caught up and swept up in the never really finishing, or like quote unquote always finishing dissatisfactory, or why I can't stick to one thing. That stuff, it's so palpable. I don't want to make it sound like I don't understand. I really truly do understand, but it's a battle against the self most of the time. You want quick results, you want things to turn really fast, you want to transform things, right? Become fluent overnight. All that stuff, it's so desirable, and not to the fault or any malicious intent, but those who think they can sell those products, in my opinion, have underplayed the responsibility that they have to not normalize that type of behavior. In my opinion, those type of expectations, where you suddenly say like, oh, if I stick to this and I like do 300% on this, I will get it done in a month. I do not believe that at all. In fact, what do you do after? How are you going to maintain it? Right? Like, do you want to just I mean, that can give other people satisfaction, you're done, drop it, it's gonna go into the ether, right? Your time just goes in ether. Meanwhile, I'm gonna tell you now, my decision making is methodical, very slow. It's gonna feel very slow if people hang out the day to day. It's gonna feel very slow, but it's incredibly deliberate in the sense that it's connected to everything that I've done before. If you want me to explain when I've chosen this, it's connected to so many things, before, because I don't want to lose those things. The time I spend doing something, I don't want to lose it. So I maintain it. It might not be literally learning more things about that, but that thing becomes transformatively new or different because it's tied into the things I'm currently doing. Like, in no way is doing this removed from playing video games. It's because of video games, right? So all the things I think about and do in the future is a setup for everything related to it. I genuinely build skills that are used together. Now, the question is, does it get to a point where it's very hard to find that? Yes. However, if you keep working towards that, you have more than sufficient things to go and move ahead. So, you know, my next project, the next thing after the next, it's related to everything I'm currently doing. If I need to talk about it, it's right at the tip of my tongue because it happens all the time. Now there is an exception to this. If I had a job and my jobs create temporarily quick solutions and efficiency. I don't have a day job anymore. If I had a day job, then maybe I could consume that urge. It can fill that urge to get something done as quickly as possible with the bare minimum sufficiency, right? To be sufficient. Get the job done as quickly as possible to be good enough. Even then, though, my job, you know, the job that I think I had for the longest period of time is you do your best. And if it takes a little bit longer, you aim to do your best then. So really a job that you just need to do good enough and be really fast, I haven't ever. It's been so long. I think the last time I've done that was when I was 16 to 18 years old. I think my first job as a teenager was when, you just do as well as possible. And even then, I didn't take that approach. I did more than they asked me. I don't care if I wasn't paid for it. I always do more than someone asked me to do. Like, oh, hey, you know, I know it's kind of late, but someone couldn't make it. Could you take that? It's like, yeah, sure. I'll do both. It's fine. And then occasionally, you know, they would say like, oh, thanks for the job. We'll like pay you extra. It's like, oh yeah, that's okay. I mean, like, you know, I'm grateful to have this job in general. So I don't think it's been a hard time relating to people who are consistently thinking that they're kind of just roped into jobs that they don't want, and then they don't like the job, so they don't tend to do anything about it. In my opinion, they tend to do it because it is serviceable. And even then, I couldn't relate to that. If I had a job that I didn't want to do, or it has up and down times, I can't remember the last time I would sit there and think, maybe I should just suffer here and suffer the way day to day. I change it. I actually do the job a little differently each day. Like, yeah, it sucks serving food. Like, maybe you don't like serving food to people, or you don't like stocking shelves. But one thing I could do is I could do it faster. And then some people might think, well, if you do it faster, then they're just going to give you more work. And if they give you more work, then they're actually getting more from you by paying you the same amount. I'm like, yeah, sure. Right? I know how, yeah, I know how that sounds. Some people say, well, I would want to get paid more because if I'm doing a better job and doing more, I want to get paid more. And it's like, yes, I agree. There's two things that motivate me across my life. If I can't get paid more for doing more, what can I do? Or if I'm only going to get paid a certain amount, right, and it's the only job I can have, I like to think that my personal integrity causes me to do more despite it all. Now, yes, that would be wasting your effort and wasting your time according to some people, but my thought is my odds don't go up if I don't do more. So I typically aim for more. Despite not being paid more and maybe even undervalued, those are the counter arguments. I still want to do more because then I can do more. So the next time I go and apply for another job, I would be able to do more for it. Now, there are people who can take advantage of that. Like, that's certainly true, but if you do nothing and you only do sufficient, then they will still continue to take advantage of you. But in this case, you don't have any personal integrity. You hate the things you're doing, and you also don't feel like you're doing any more than what they expect of you. And that's pretty much how I feel when people talk to me about their lifestyles and stuff. What was the, like, you might be thinking, oh, but you've only had good jobs in your life and whatnot. It's like, I worked at a bowling alley. I served food. Like, I stood there at a concession stand. I put like fries in the really unkept oven. Sometimes you burn yourself and stuff, and then you like sell candy and hot dogs that are been rolling on like a heater for a while. You do those things, but I try to do them as efficiently as I can. And then you might be thinking, okay, but you slacked off before. It's like, well, if slacked off mean I use all the extra time I've liberated because I try to do the job better, then sort of. Like, I read books. I learned how to do other things while I was working on the job because I got better at doing the job. So if the job doesn't ask of me to do more, then I will use that other time to learn something, right? Kind of like whenever you hear someone going full-time student still trying to squeeze in a part-time job, that's me. That's what I did. But instead of my life going downward, it went upward, because when I went to do the student stuff, and then when someone hired me or something, it ended up being related to those things because I try to aim to do better each day. I can certainly suck at first, though. Absolutely. Kind of brings back memories. There's something really special about a job. It really does push me to do more. Yeah. Nowadays, though, I suppose I'm not sure people feel uncomfortable when I say this, but I view every person as a job to me. And what I mean by that is, no, it's not to get a paycheck. I view people that I interact with as a job because I believe doing a job is always encouraging me and challenging me to do it the best I can. I don't obligate myself to help people, then I don't improve at it. At least that's my personal take. So I often find myself needing to obligate myself to do something in order to consistently push myself and motivate. So it combines the nature of self-obligation with the need to constantly do better, because that's tied to my reward center, where I wouldn't want to do a poor job. I don't think I would be upset and disappointed in myself, regardless of how trivial something is. I would do the best I can. Otherwise, it would feel not great. Like, I don't like doing mid effort. Now my results and my performance could be mid, though. That's different. Like, for example, no matter how hard I try, I'm not gonna beat any like trained sprinter in running, but I'll still try my darndest. So just because I know I have no chance of winning doesn't mean that I would do a mediocre job by my standards. I would do the best I can. I feel like this is also the case where I'm not I want to do more. I just don't have enough time. I'm out of time. Time is such a time sucks. And you know, some people would say, well, money sucks, and I'm like, maybe this is a weird flex, or like a priority difference, but I'm over the money thing nowadays. You know, there was a commentary in Phantom X, like, yes, money is the root of so many things for sure, but it's not the whole picture. There's also that time when money can't buy your satisfaction with yourself. And one of the things is a feeling that I get all the time is like, there's no amount of money that can substitute for doing a good job. For me personally, I mean, others might differ dramatically because their value system is that if they get paid more, then they must have done a better job, or if they get paid a lot, that is their reward center attached to where their performance is. But you can give me $1 and it still wouldn't convince me that I did a poor job. And then you can give me $1 million and it still wouldn't convince me that I did a good job. Like, it's vice versa. Like, it's conditional. I mean, like, it's not a double standard. It's a full condition. I know when I'm doing the best and in my best, and I know when I'm doing poorly. So if I'm sick and I go to work, if someone says, did you do a good job that day? It's like, no, I didn't. I was sick. I did my best, but I'm pretty sure I didn't do the best I could, provided that I wasn't sick. So despite that, I could say I'm doing my best, but I also know that I'm not doing the best that I could. And when someone says, well, you should really rest, and you should really rest in order to do your best, it's like, okay, I will do that because I can rationalize that. Others would be like, oh, then would you do this for $10? It's like, I would do it for 0. If you trust me to do something and we have rapport, I would do my best regardless of what the motivator is. And no, and that might sound ideal. It's like, would it motivate me if they offer me more money? No, it wouldn't, because I would already know how much I would do. Like, if someone gave me, actually, it's even harder when someone offers more. So if someone said like, oh, this is all the money I can give you, it's like, keep it. If I can help you make more money, you can pay me later, to your discretion, right? There was a couple of times when someone, like, they talk about money before they talk about asking me for help. And I think that's where the world has got me kind of disheartened, where when I ask someone, oh, this happened recently, actually. It was not necessarily a private conversation, but it was someone asking if I'm interested in buying something from them, right? This happens on a monthly basis. If I join something, I'm going to get solicited by something in the DMs or something. And I asked him, so why, how, and where did you come across my name? And my litmus test is often to see if the person is requesting my help through the genuine nature of knowing who I am and what I am and what I do. But I would say 8 out of maybe a little lower, maybe like 6 out of 10 times. The thing that the person mentions first is how they are desperate for someone to pay them to do a job. And my first, like, as much as I want to say yes, I'm not a millionaire, or I'm not flowing in money. I don't go around clout chasing and recycling monies to have a sustainable way of just spending money. But for myself, I have learned now to say no to those people, because I'm not looking for desperation or opportunity. I'm not engaged in a business transaction with someone who does not know who they're talking to. And also, despite them being desperate, I did not get an element in which they would want to learn how to not be desperate in a transaction with me. So yes, that sounds a little bit cold, but if I said yes to every single act of desperation, I am also susceptible to those acts and any acts that are opportunistic. Desperation has often been associated with behavior of opportunism. So selling sob stories, I will be transparent about this. When you sell a sob story to someone and you didn't show any reason that you know that other person, personally, I would be worried to trust the other person if you're trying to sell a sob story. You don't know anything about the other person. So if you're super desperate, there is something that most people can do despite being incredibly desperate. They can show that they care about their clientele, their other person, right? And when I ask that question, it's a litmus test. Does the person sell me a sob story about opportunism and money? Or do they ask me, can you help me? I would love to work and do something because I know this about you. And that would be sufficient. And honestly, they wouldn't have to make anything. I would give them the money. And I've done that multiple times. Although now I learned to say no to someone who somehow got into a position of desperation and didn't ask my opinion or know what my opinion would be. So a lot of times these are artists and writers nowadays, where they're artists and writers, but they are also kids. And what I mean by kids, they are actually individuals who are still living with their folks, their parents, and they're financially supported by their parents, but they want a side hustle. So when they talk about how they want to sell something, they would sell it in a way that they say they need to do that. And I disagree. They need to get a job that is steady. So they just don't want to get a job like that. They want to be an artist. They want to be a writer. But they, in my opinion, this is very cold. They don't have a sustainable way of funding their career before being that person. You need to be able to support your career and develop your career before you become a professional in that career, right? And that's what I think about when I think about that bowling alley. I worked in a bowling alley because it got me closer to the things I wanted to do. I went to college and worked during my college studies because it got me towards what I wanted to do. I didn't say I just suddenly need this when you can't do this yet. So to me, it's two tests. One test is you can build good faith by showing that you invested in the other person. Now, this doesn't work for other people, but for myself, this is a litmus test to gain my transactions, my good faith. If you demonstrate that you are already invested in your clients, I would invest in you. No products necessary. I would believe in your vision. But since you are desperate and you believe that your hobby, because it looked like a hobby, your hobby is somehow now your only source of income and you're desperate for that, that's not true. Creative services are superfluous. They are not services or crafts that are in need. Like, if I need money now, right now, I would go to my local grocer and apply for a job. And I would stand there, smile, and stock the shelves, or like scan, you know, groceries for people, or even greet people in the front. You know, like a department store greeter or something. The idea that nowadays I get solicited so much where it starts with, I need to do this. This is the only way I can survive. I'm like, no, it's not. And then I would ask them more questions, or I would want to ask more questions like, so how do you do your artwork? Do you use your hands? You walk around? Can you walk? Right? Can you lift things? If you can, then I would love to be working or buying something from someone who believes that they can do more than the thing they're desperate in. And that's what I'm willing to invest. So then when the person, I say like, no, I'm not interested. And then the person says, well, okay, well, keep in mind that if you ever need something in future, I'm probably not going to need something from you. I want to be super straight about this. I don't offer empty promises in business transactions. So if you're ever entering a business transaction with me, it's because I believe in you, not necessarily that you have to present a product already. And that's kind of tough. I invest in people. So it's a shame that most solicitors and people who work in a professional field or think they're professionals nowadays, they value their products over the person. And that, like, if you're a service worker, right? If you're a service worker and you're offering a service, artwork is a service. It's not a product, in my opinion. It can be a product that's transformative, but when you're offering a service, art, the creative process involves a mutual exchange of people's ideas, not a product. So like when someone goes and offers art like it's a car, or like food, or like some raw material that I need, don't tell your customers what they need, at least in my opinion. I mean, you can do that with other people, I suppose. Feel free to do it with other people. But when someone tells me what I need or what I think should be cool and whatnot, I'm out the door. Because the next question I'll ask is, what do you think I need? Like, what do you think I find cool or interesting? And it wouldn't be like direct like that. I would ask them, do you know what I do? Like, how, like, why me? Why do you choose me to solicit for artwork? And then it answers itself. And they're very candid. I'm not saying these people are like malicious or spammy or scammers. I think they're honest honest people. And they would candidly say things like, oh, I just came across you, we're in the same server, so I just randomly DM people because I'm desperate for work. I'm like, okay, well, I'm unfortunately, I hope that all the other people you contact, some of them will help you. I'm not one of them. I wanted to be as polite and professional as I can. I don't invest in people who don't improve themselves. Because the product that I get is going to be a product that I don't want. I don't want product from people who don't believe in themselves and like show really far disinterest in understanding what they're doing. And that's how I say no nowadays. I don't know if anyone wanted to hear that or not, but that's generally how I try to stay professional. Back in the day, I would help anyone. But I'm out, and how's this related to everything now is I don't have time. Like, hear me out. When someone asks me that they're gonna produce artwork for me, you're gonna have to spend a lot of time, and you're gonna have to spend a lot of time listening to me, because I don't expect just any artwork. I expect artwork that fits me. I don't like being told what artwork is good for me. I want us to make artwork together. And that's the same with books, streaming, all that. Like, I want to be in the process as well. Like, I'm not here to buy someone's convenience. I'm here to foster a business relationship. So that doesn't happen very often. I rarely have felt anything like that since I left a PhD, since I left graduate school. Because when I go and like talk to other collaborators, right? When I present my pitch for like, oh, I think your expertise would be very helpful here. I noticed that it happens right away. Like, you call someone up and you tell them, hey, I read your article. I read several of your backgrounds, and I believe we can make for a wonderful collaboration. I believe that your expertise shown in these articles, can we talk and chat? So, then it leads to like multiple phone calls and multiple meetups in order to think about a collaboration. And when you're talking, that other person inputs too. So it's two people building a project together. And that, to me, is why I would pay someone to do something. I am not a person who buys a cheap product unless it's a necessity, right? Like, still, I mean, I buy PCs and stuff. That's beyond that. Those are raw materials. Those are crafting materials and whatnot. But artwork, I don't think a lot of people are built to be selling artwork, in my opinion. I think nowadays, though, because of the internet, it feels like a need. Like, what's a really common one? When someone says like, oh, I noticed that, are you interested in like an avatar or a banner? And I'm like, does it look like I'm interested in one? And then they would say like, well, I think your avatar, or like I could make a new avatar for you. It's like, what's wrong with my current one? Right? Like, are you in... I'm not sure if it dawned on anyone where when you say, can I make you a banner? And the current clientele has a banner. There's no other way to... There's very few ways to interpret that other than you think that they think they can do a better job, right? You could also, and here's even a rougher situation. I think I've made this clear pretty openly, and I have YouTube videos for that. When you tell me that you have if you're offering banner work and profile pics and stuff, I think the first thing you probably want to know is who made the existing banner and profile pic. Like, that, in my opinion, is minimum. If you're gonna go and solicit someone for creative work, I think people are built differently nowadays, where they don't even do background research of their existing clientele. So when someone says, do you want a new profile pic? It's like, oh, you mean the one that I made myself. And then when I look at their profile pic, it's someone else's artwork and not theirs. You gotta put one to one together. If you have an artwork, if you're an artist, for example, and your profession, and you're saying you need this is your only streamlined way, and this is your only career choice, and you're trying to be professional, and you're offering to make something for someone else, your profile has to show that you actually make those things. But instead, I click on the person's profile, like, because they're an artist, they probably have like an Instagram or Pinterest or something, and I look, and all their professional like profile stuff, like the stuff that they say they make, they're other people's artwork. I know, because I know where those assets came from. And yet all the stuff they post that they make are not, I know it's not theirs, because the stuff that they make are not the same as their profile pics and their banners for their own thing. So the question is, why would I hire you, or why would I want something from you if all I see is you doing a job that doesn't represent, your profile is deceptively not representing what you make. So how could I possibly be satisfied with that? I can be if I was helping someone and investing in someone's career in becoming an artist, not someone who's desperate, who thinks they're an artist already. Yeah, it's a tough one. That was one of the short stories that I was gonna bring for conversation later. But I think there's a very vast difference between someone who thinks they should be paid for something, or service, or be adequate for service, than someone who does their best to convince someone that they're worth investing in. Like, what is my favorite thing that is so wonderful to go? I still kind of wish I had a closer friend or like someone nearby who would want to do this, but I like walking to the farmers market. Like, I like going to the art fair or walking in like a food truck festival, because those people, they just do their best. They do their best where they're found, and they're not claiming to be something they're not, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, they're not offering something, an idea. They're showing what they have. And, occasionally I would buy a trinket, or like I would pay $5 because they just want to paint something really interesting on my hand or my arm, just because it's something they do. That to me is fantastic. But I think the world of internet commerce and whatnot has changed the way business is done, and it doesn't resonate with me anymore. Like, I'm so reluctant. I think for me, it's, do not build that relationship at the possibility that I might turn people off, right? So I get this is on a monthly basis. At least 3 times a month I would have someone that would come up, DM, and say, oh, I came across your channel, I see that you make content, or you're a streamer. It's like, would you want this? And then the person would double down. It's like, yes, I really rely on this. This is a great source of like some sort of sob story, which I believe is probably true to them, and it's not true to me. What I see is someone who thinks that they're an artist and that's their only source of income that they can make, without explaining why that is the only source of income. They're only telling me it's their only source of income. But based on that information, it's not sufficient to know that no, they just don't want to do any other job. They just want to do the thing that they want. And I usually ask questions in order to ascertain that. And I would say I'm pretty certain 80 to 90% of the time, there's someone who who believe that they can't do any other job in order to support their career. And honestly, brutally, I'm not interested in investing in anybody like that. I can find people who may be interested. That's what I would do. I would typically politely and professionally defer and see if they're asking other people, because there are going to be people out there that can do that. I think as someone who has a lot of money to spend and they believe, and this is going to sound really trite and reductive, but if they believe you are not a significant financial crutch to them, they would probably give you money. And in fact, there are probably people out there who would give you money, but you don't have to do anything. Like, what I mean by that is, if you sell them a good enough story, you can give them money. And like they can give you money. Me too. I'm saying, but you have to sell the appropriate story. And I'm not rolling in the deep pockets. So, and I'm not rolling in a lot of time either. And in fact, I would probably leave it at this notion. If I'm giving you my time, there's nothing worth more than that to me. Like, if I am willing to spend time with you and like work together on something, to me, that is the best thing I can ever offer to someone, because I do not have money to throw at people. My time is the most valuable thing I have. So, we're chatting it up, but this person constantly like press for me to buy something, when if they slowed down and talked about the nature of their work, what they plan on doing, I would just give them money, I suppose. Like, at least money, or my time. I would spend my time getting them in contact with someone I know who may want to spend some money on you. Unfortunately, I don't know that many millionaires or billionaires or altruistic millionaires and billionaires. I think most of the time, the people who I know who has money, they are still willing to give money despite not having a lot of money. And at the same time, occasionally I would meet someone who has a lot of money, but they're not altruistic. They're pragmatic. And pragmatic meaning something like me, where if I have to be choosy. I don't have a lot of time and I don't have a lot of money. I wish I was rolling in the money, but I don't. So my advice I could give, my 2 cents, is that it's a very harsh reality, but don't sell a story and rely on something that you believe to be true when, if you look around, it's not true. And that's thinking that your only source of income is reliant on a creative job that you're taking amateurishly. And also approaching that job in a manner that it is inappropriate for success. And that's kind of sounding like a Chinese pragmatist, but that is something that has come up so much. Like, I ask people a lot of times, what are you going to do in the future? What do you plan? How does what you're doing factor into your job in the future or your career in the future? Have you thought about it? And oftentimes there's this separation between, oh, this is a hobby and this is a career. And it's like, oh, my career is this, but I don't really like it, but I really like the hobby, and one day maybe why not both? You gotta start working on connecting the dots here. How is your job going to support your hobby? And then how do you transition from your job to your hobby? Oftentimes people would sideline their job, do mediocrely on their job, have no motivation or skill set to improve on how to perform on their job, and yet they kind of do on their hobby, sort of. But your job performance and the way you approach your job and stuff is going to affect the behavior you approach in your hobby. Eventually, when you want your hobby to be a living thing, that becomes a job. So if you like, this is kind of like becoming fluent in a language without having communication skills. They're still connected. So if you suck at doing a job and you don't like doing jobs or being told what to do and having fixed hours and schedules and then being compliant and maybe even a people pleaser to have clients, what are the chances that when your hobby becomes a job, you won't encounter that same problem again? And that's how I view it. What did working at a bowling alley help me do? It helped me understand that I'm a small person. Like, I'm not very important, but I could be important to the people around me. So I do that. But I know that there are lots and lots of people who do these jobs, and they all have a different way. So I try to do the best I can. And those are the learning lessons. And you might sound like, oh, this is that cliche thing about a 40-year-old who made it, and I would consider myself someone who's relatively successful. Say like, oh, this is the thing that my parents tell me, like a job builds character, right? A job, that type of job, a very specific type of job builds character. And it's like, yeah, it does. I was very intelligent. My parents actually didn't request for me to take a job. Actually, they didn't like the reason why I took the job, to work towards my hobbies and extracurriculars. I worked at a bowling alley because I wanted to go bowling. So, but it was something I can do, and it built character. And most things, when you dislike it, it doesn't help your character. You can choose to negate everything. You can choose to never solve a problem. You can choose to never think ahead. And you can choose to stay stagnant. Those are choices. So if you hate your job and you continue to do your job, and you're telling someone that you're desperate because you're doing your job, to me, I see someone who is unlikely to improve their situation. And I don't want to be in that situation. I think I've spent enough of my life being in a no-win situation. I think I like to be choosy or choosier nowadays. If someone is brimming with passion and they're constantly ambitious, talking about things, I would spend as much time as I can with that person, because that person is unlikely to fall into that same situation where you would approach a stranger, know nothing about the stranger, and somehow you can sell a sob story and think that that stranger will be able to help you. Usually, if you're lucky, you might find another stranger who is also in that desperate position, and that you might be able to sympathize. Now, hear me out. If I'm strapped for money and I am very desperate to make my hobbies work, I would make sure that I can present myself in a manner that attracts people who don't sympathize with me. Because if you end up finding someone who sympathizes with you, they themselves do not have the resources to help you. Because they would also be in that situation, or they have experienced that. If you get super, super lucky, you might be able to find someone who happens to have the same situation that you did, and then they made it so they would be benevolent enough to help you. However, it's very rare because those individuals would be successful and they genuinely see the drawbacks as well. So present yourself, right? I think there's something to be said when your life is incredibly miserable, it's incredibly desperate, but when you choose to become a professional and you choose to have a career, you put a smile on that face, you do your research, and you might make it big one day, right? You might have a client that, despite all the things that are tough in your life, you're able to choose, execute your business and your career with the utmost professionalism. I think nowadays, though, the internet has kind of saturated and normalized the sob story or the desperation, and then some fast cash, emotional tug, and yeah, professionalism is not part of emotional tugs, and it definitely would work if I was like drowning in wealth, but I'm not. I think even sharper than that is that I don't give money to people who don't see an avenue for improvement. And that's not because I wouldn't want to. It's largely because I can't make promises that I can't keep. I don't want to support someone when I clearly can't financially support them. Right. Now, you can ask other content creators who are rolling in the deep. You know, they could use clout. You can like monetize clout in order to continue to do that, which is great. Like I'm more of the, if it was my business, I would go to the source of the problem and I would spend my lifetime addressing that problem versus spending my time addressing the symptoms of it. And I mind you, there's a appropriate person for those tasks. I love watching like this YouTuber who like make millions of money where they record themselves giving millions of money away, or like generating a lot of money to redistribute the wealth to feed like the homeless and stuff. That is fantastic. It is so wonderful that someone's doing that. I happen to not be one of those people. My first thing is, if I'm generating millions of money, I would probably attempt to build an educational system or a rehabilitation center where it puts all those people who are jobless into a job, or somehow provide an avenue in which they take control of their own lives and find some sustainable thing instead of waiting for the next person to have an act of altruism. So that's my compliment to it. If I were to do that, I don't think that's my calling, right? It's not my calling, but it would be closer. It would be closer to what I'm saying here. I invest when someone says like this is the only thing they can do. My first thought is, I don't believe you. What else can you do? The moment you say that this is all you can do, that means the desperate position that you are in is all you can do, then I'm out the door. Yeah. I would love to hear that person say, oh, you know, I could do this, and I'm working towards this. So if you're willing to support my career and my choice, I could make something for you. Despite it all, heck, I could make something for you now. I just want to get better at doing this stuff. Yes, you would probably get my attention, but there was none of that. It was more like most of the time they're soliciting based on what they're able to do in the moment, and then selling on how that wasn't enough. It's like, well, it's never going to be enough. What you're currently doing, and if you're staying the course and you're continuing to do that, that is the reason you're in that position, in my opinion. Right? I think logically that's what I would say, in a professional standpoint. But I could simply say no, ask them what they know about me, and if they don't know anything about me, then I politely refuse their service, reject their service, and say, have you tried going to this place? Have you tried soliciting people here? There might be other people who are more interested than I am, right? That's what happened recently. Or I get reminded about it most of the time. I think there are people out there that are willing to help. I just happen to be not one of them, right? Let's say, sorry, I got a little carried away, but I think it's so difficult nowadays. I was just talking to Discord. I came across like the new wave of AI generated slop, and I just couldn't believe what I was seeing. And it took someone else to point it out. Like I was so speechless how someone could now find it okay to use someone else's name to print out AI slop and then sell it on a store. Like, that to me is now the new standard. And like, there's so many of them. After looking just briefly, I can't believe that's a thing. And it fell way below my radar. I had no idea this was a thing. So now creative work, at first I thought, AI art, I see it. But now it's come to the point where I love to read certain things by certain people because I believe in them, like what they do and all that. And almost all of them have like factory farm creative products which are iterated AI slop, and they're using their name and credibility, but they have no relations with those people. And it's all over the internet when you search for them. Thankfully is when you search for them. So it's not like it's being thrown in front of your face where like suddenly, an algorithm is like, we notice you like to read these books. Here are 6 other books for you. And it turns out it's 6 books that the person that I like to read didn't even write. That, I'm going to be a little direct, is garbaggio. That's what the internet algorithm has done, in my opinion. Like, I've been watching less and less YouTube shorts, less and less YouTube algorithm based things, like less. I don't use like things like the landing page of many places anymore. I have to curate because most of those things, it's not because like YouTube and Twitch is screwing up or anything. It's more opportunists who have adulterated the things, and now YouTube and Twitch and stuff have to respond to it. They have to curate and select against that. So that the people who are, it's a lose-lose situation. So the people who actually create that content and stuff aren't getting their content siphoned by a lowbrow, low standardized, automated junk dump, junk dump over and over again. AI slop. That's the same for like view botting, right? That's automation junk dump. So all of that stuff, it's like, well, could I just watch the person instead? The person you decided to like iterate on as low effort as possible. Like, going back to the original digression about an artist that solicited for my purchase, I literally clicked on an artist profile once where they said they were selling artwork, and they asked me if I wanted artwork. When I looked at it, it was a cookie cutter thing that they did where they would do the same thing, and I pretty sure it's also automated. Pretty sure. So how do I know? Because if I took that asset and I go put it in to a search algorithm, I found identical hits. So when you're coming to me and you're saying I make artwork, start by making your own artwork, right? But hear me out. They're reasonably successful because this artist said that, oh yeah, you know, I made art like this art and this art that I made for other people. It's like, oh really? So I look at their examples because they were pretty proud of it, right? It's the sample. It's like, oh okay, why does this look so familiar? You know, because I pay attention to the art that I make. So I took that image and I run a search on it, and it comes up with like 6 or 7 hits, nearly identical. I'm like, no, you didn't make this art. But I didn't tell the person, obviously. I was just like, no, I'm not interested. I didn't even bother asking how they made the art. Like, what is their process? Like, how'd you make this? It's the same as comments. I got one last little story about language learning to relate back to language learning. Someone had an argument with me. I think the post is still there. The video comment is still there. Someone gave me that hot take where they like copy pasta in their head, copy pasta your trendy language learning suggestion. And I would reply and scrutinize that suggestion with as much detail as I can. Then this person, for the fun of it, they just think it's really appropriate, they decided to ask ChatGPT to generate a response using, like, I could only imagine what the prompt is. The language was very much akin to like Lovecraft. So they probably say, ChatGPT, respond in a way that's representative of Lovecraft. Maybe some Walden, if they know Walden, if they're cultured enough to know Walden. Something like, they could type like fancy English or something like that. But when I read it, I read it on stream. It was one of the streams, very, very early on in the months. Like, and the person showed up in my stream and said, dude, why are you so serious about this? It's a ChatGPT. I was messing around ChatGPT. It's like, that's exactly the point. But you know what? I'm going to take it seriously. Like, because I can't write like that. But the question is, did you write it? The answer is no. You didn't write it, because the comment you made sound, in my opinion, like a 13-year-old child still working on their English. And then suddenly you turned into a 19th century poet / classic fictional horror writer. And that, to me, is what happened. That's kind of what I mean by, it's kind of disappointing when people are not motivated to improve themselves and do things because they can do well. So here's one that I would say is really close to my heart. When was the last time you improved on commentating? And then giving advice, sharing your expression, sharing your opinions. When was the last time you felt like, oh, I could do 1% better next time? Oh, I failed to communicate with this person about how I genuinely feel about language learning. Maybe I'll try something different next time, or read and see next time how I improve my outcome. no, in my opinion, that person will go around doing the same exact thing again to the next person and hope for a different result. And they don't change and learn anything from it. They either get confirmation and then they ignore the disagreements. That is the internet. That, in my opinion, is the most conceptual, bootstrappy internet. You do not improve your skills. You find confirmation bias for your skills. And that's kind of what I'm reflecting on right now. Sorry. A long story short, that's what I'm reflecting on when it comes to HanziHero. Hello there, duo. Hello, hello. Alright, let's get to the next one. 购物
购物
购物 shopping
植物
植物 plant things plant 植物植物在房间植物在房间的角 something 角落 Interesting, what does that mean? A room? No, corner 角落 How does that equal angle? Angle fall is corner. What the 角落 Huh. Interesting.
植物
Oh, and for the record, I want to end on a positive note. I actually don't think those people should settle for that. I think anyone that I'm referring to, if you're taking this perhaps a little bit indirectly or parasocially personally, you can do better. I know you can do better. I feel like I want to comfortably say, I know you can do better. And you know what happens as a result of that? You get more friends, more people who like you. You can become a wonderful content creator. You can make great art that people love empathetically and sympathetically. Those are things achievable when you don't settle for doing the same thing constantly and expecting the results somehow is because you're unlucky and lucky in life. Sometimes luck and unluckiness does happen. While you wait for your best of lucks and your worst of lucks, you have control over stacking the deck. So, saying bruh over and over again, you can do better. I think you can do better. You can even make bruh the center of your piece. Make bruh interesting, right? Make Anki is the best platform interesting. Sell me a story. Sometimes some things happen out of nowhere. Yeah, it can. But in the meantime, when you are lucky and unlucky, it's going to happen. I get that. But man, is it so dissatisfying, in my opinion, to see so many people be like, yeah, you know, I'll just wait till I'm lucky, or I'll just wait till I'm unlucky. I think if, in my opinion, when someone comes at me and they're like, yeah, here's where I was unlucky in life, here's where I was lucky in life, but that doesn't stop me from doing all of this stuff. It's like, let's be friends. Like, you know, like, let's be friends because I like your attitude. I like that. And hear me out. I think a lot of times, the people that I know that you might think are lucky, we spend most of our time talking about the unlucky stuff. I mean, like, it's a human condition to focus on unlucky stuff. I can tell you about all the unlucky stuff that happened in my life, but sure as heck, I'm not going to let the unlucky stuff take agency or power over what I can do in the meantime, right? I share these stories though. Like, what is an unlucky story? I don't know, last month someone came by and said you're a waste of space and then left. That's being unlucky. Is that going to destroy my world? No, because I have control over that. I have agency over how I respond and deal with unlucky things. And then luck can come by too, and you might be thinking, "Oh, then you just get lucky." No. You also need to work on how you see luck. So when you have opportunities presented to yourself, if you don't understand how to take those opportunities, then luck seems like it never happens. So for example, this person that I was using as an antidote, if they came across me, right? They didn't do anything to know who I was. Because honestly, I'm a low target. Like, what I mean is, you can sucker me if you want. I think I'm more gullible than a lot of other people when it comes to sob stories. It was only recently that I could say no to a sob story. So when someone comes by and they're like, "Oh yeah, I have all these great ideas," I probably buy something. If you go to someone who's stringent and like make a lot of money, they are even more likely to say no to you. So do you even did the person even see luck when luck presented itself? Like, I happen to be someone who doesn't have millions of viewers. You can talk to me because I have available time. As an artist, if you target someone who has millions of viewers, right, and like streaming and have a huge audience, the chances of you getting into dialogue with them is going to be very unlikely. You're probably going to get an automated response. And I spent 40 minutes talking to this person, and the details that I gave you, that's all I got. 40 minutes. To a person who has millions of viewers and tens of thousands of like views a day and whatnot, 40 minutes is like $1 million. Like they ooze money. So time is money for them. Time is not money for me. So despite that, if you are unlucky, you can learn ways to make that unlucky something worthwhile. And if you are lucky, you also need the ability to realize that you got lucky. That's kind of one of those things too. But the concept of randomness doesn't always fall under luck or unluck. Yeah. I took the opportunities that are presented towards me, right? And that's what I mean by I like to invest in people's characters. I think that's a rare thing that gives more than a product, their one-off product that they make. I want, like, there's another way to see another person's character, and that's all the products they made over the course of their life. So that's another way. What's a great way to do that? A portfolio. Don't offer me ideas, offer me a portfolio, right? Like, what did you all make? So instead, when that person was saying, "Oh, I make cool stuff and have cool ideas," the first thing I did was, well, right underneath their profile, they have a Twitter. I click on the Twitter, I scroll through it, and what do I see? Enough for me to make a decision, right? Work on your public presence. I don't have a public presence, so therefore I gave a lot of leeway. I asked them, how did they come across me? Because I leverage my lack of presence. If I am some random dude on a Discord, then if they told me they didn't choose me by random, I'm already sold. You got my hook. You've hooked me. If you can tell me that I wasn't a random person. But I was a random person. It was already confirmed by the person. Actually, 9 out of 10 times that other person confirms that I am a random person, right? Even when they come to insult me, I'm a random person. When someone told me, and just to downplay my efforts, I asked him, so how'd you come across me? He's like, I don't know, I randomly came across you. It's like, that's exactly it. So if you randomly come across me, why would I listen to you? And I don't mean by randomness in the sense of an algorithm driven thing. An algorithm is not random most of the time. This person has no, maybe language learning. I was expecting them to say, oh, you were in a thread about language learning. It's like, oh, can I get a link to that thread, because I want to know why that thread has me listed on there, because I want to know. But maybe you have a point. We can also control how to deal with randomness. Indeed, you can wield it too. What happened in the past is no longer random, Jazz. So what happened in the past is not random. Like, what I mean is, when it happens can be due to randomness, sure. But what is in the past is no longer random. It has already happened. And how do you make that into something that is useful now? Well, some people would sell you a sob story. It's no longer random, so I don't have to worry about its randomness. When someone says they're in a desperate position, then something happened in the past that led them to this desperate position. It's not random. It has a history. Tell me about it. Explain it to me. If you can explain to me that you've been doing better despite being unlucky at the time, you have a friend for life. Like, you don't even have a business partner. You have a friend, like someone who genuinely care about you. For me personally, I genuinely care about someone who, despite constantly trying to do better, they have been unlucky. And that is beautiful. I would do as much as I can to help someone like that. But it's different when someone says, I need this for a future state that I don't know is going to happen. Oh, I need this to survive. And I'm like, I'm not sure if you're going to survive. It's tough. Like, I don't know. Can you tell me more about yourself that demonstrates that if I help you here, you will survive then? And so I go to the person's past, because there's no randomness. There's no jokes, no what ifs. There is only is, right? And that's it. Hello, yeah, but to your knowledge, I can tell you that I came across your channel because you are under the co-working tag, and I wanted to check out productivity channels. That's kind of funny. I don't think I've ever considered myself a productivity person since I yap so much, but that's kind of funny, a productivity channel. I haven't seen someone say those words before. And then you learn that you yap to tangent during your learning, and I came to like that yapping. Yeah, I was like, I don't know if I'm doing a productivity channel. But we still get the things done. Productivity is great. I would say, I'll give you a little like short hot take. I think productivity is fantastic. I think people who strictly focus on productivity are somehow happy too. Right? They are happy too. And I think life sucks if you're solely focused on productivity, believing that it is the only source of happiness. Like, what I mean by that is, I don't want to rain on other people's parades, but there's more. There's a lot more to it. As in, you can be incredibly productive in your life and still be incredibly unhappy. What is a great example of that? Someone who makes billions of dollars and have 4 failing marriages. Right? Or when was the last time? This is going to be a really, you're probably, it can get darker than that. I'll let you use your imagination, but there is a fine line between productivity forward versus a balance between like self-love and self-acknowledgement and awareness, and that what that productivity can give. So for me, that's why I'm not, well, it's an excuse. I mean, I could make money. I should make more money, so I don't use this as an excuse, but I'm gonna continue to use this semi as an excuse. I only give money to people altruistically. I'm not a saint, right? I think some people may get the wrong impression when I spend most of my time talking about positive things and talking about I'm not a saint. I'm a pragmatist at heart. So when I think about someone saying, "Oh, if you're so benevolent and so magnanimous," which I don't typically say, or altruistic, why don't you just give money and raise money for charity? And I'm like, I didn't say I was magnanimous or altruistic. I might have unintentionally give the impression that is, but I'm a pragmatist. I typically, if I was going to raise money, I would raise money towards something that is functionally going to make things better with more money. It's different than what people typically refer to as giving money so that they feel less unlucky temporarily. I'm not giving money to make people feel lucky. I want to give money to empower people. Unfortunately, though, I'm going to use this excuse. Because of my lifestyle and my philosophy on success, I don't have a lot of money to give. I know that it might sound like, well, just, put your money where your mouth is. Tell me how much money you have. I can tell you that I don't have enough money to raise a child. So if you think about it that way, how much is a child worth to you? I don't have enough money to raise a family of my own, but I do have enough money to live alone. Now that is something that I can share with enough dependency that I think most people can relate. So ask yourself, are you raising a family that you're barely getting by, going paycheck to paycheck, in order to support the family? Now, I want to start a family knowing I would not be in that position. Or, despite some unlucky events, I'm unlikely to end up in that position. So, no, I'm not a millionaire or a billionaire, but I do want to raise enough money where if I decide to start a family, like raise a little one, that little one would not lose time and effort from me because of something trivial like money. And yeah, I did say that, trivial like money, because there's something more important to me than money, the person. So, selling stories about how much money you made and, how your product is selling like gangbusters and whatnot, that's not the story you need to sell to me, or if you even an interest in me. You need to sell me what your product did for people. Sell me that. What did your product do for people? And then what did you do with the money from that product? And this is cliche, by the way, lots of businesses, especially indie businesses like mom and pop shops and limited liability partnerships, they use that to their advantage. Actually, a food chain uses that to their advantage. And I'm one of those people who would back this. What was it? Texas Roadhouse, I think. There was an essay on Texas Roadhouse's resurgence. Fine dining is back. Or fine dining. Family outings, novelty. because they reinvest in their communities and they make it well known. They reinvest and hold a lot of functions for the local community. And that to me is anti-internet, in my opinion. And you might be thinking, oh, wait, it's not all of internet. It's like, no, what I mean, it's balancing the internet. It's the yin to the yang kind of thing, where businesses that are getting lots of patronage, especially even a franchise, is they're openly demonstrating visibly how they're reinvesting their money as they're making money. Their employees are staying, like, they're retaining their employees because their employees like to work there. And then the people there will know that it translates to the service. And then now the service is consumer first. And not only that, they spend so much time doing fundraisers and stuff and reinvesting in the community that they have impact with. So it's a resurgence of that type of thing. I don't know when that has gone out the window, but it seems like the internet has kind of, maybe coincidentally, the dominant internet culture has created that, where you can have productivity, right? You can have productivity, but when I keep excusing myself for being really cold and saying no and yes, and saying things like, if you're in a desperate position and you're telling me that's all you can do, then you're gonna stay in that desperate position regardless of if I help you or not. That sounds cold. It's productivity, pragmatism, and realism, right? Rolled all up in one. So yeah, I do want to change that dialogue in the future, provided that the person doesn't come at me as a professional. I think I've worked enough jobs in my life, which I didn't work that many jobs, like 8 or 9 jobs in my life, before I became unemployed, professionally, right? Professionally unemployed. I think I've worked like 8 or 9 jobs, and 50% of them are I would say 30 to 40% of them are related to my career, and then the rest were not. They were just odds and jobs. Yeah, things have changed. Things have really changed. But professionalism rarely is a subjective feel. They don't feel sorry for people. You don't have room to feel sorry for people, and a root for people. And I kind of, since I've left a professional field somewhat, now I've become a lot sappier. I yap a lot more, and that is at the sacrifice of productivity. It's a balance, though. I still try to stay productive, and that's what I'm kind of doing, sort of. Anyways, what may I ask? What type of productivity channels you've come across in the co-working tag? This is me working, by the way. I'm working, just probably not language learning. Working. I'm working on my communication skills, things that I work on. I write a lot in the background and I test them out here. So the stuff that I talk about sob stories, opportunism, right? Not like various behaviors and communication stuff. Every day the yap is my co-working. I'm legitimately working on that. I think maybe in another 3 or 4 years, I will probably work up a resume or something to be some sort of, maybe a career consultant or something like that. Would be nice to get a certification of some sort, so I might have to put in some work on somehow getting some sort of formal certification. that doesn't involve me getting like a second degree or a third degree. Dear me. That's an exercise in diminished return. When you like go back to get a specialized degree after already having a specialized degree. I'm not even sure how presentable that is. Like, does that even work against you or work for? And then, you know, does it even work for you to get 2 specialized degrees? Perhaps not. But I have often thought maybe 3 or 4 years I would be more in a professional consultant capacity. For now, though, language learning. You kind of avoid stream that have a Pomodoro timer. What is that usually? What is a Pomodoro timer? You gravitate towards streams that are just simply someone working, cam on them or on their hands, no timer, and it's as if they're on their desk doing their thing. Ah, I see. For observational purposes. I have no idea what the Pomodoro. That sounds like something I should learn about. Yeah, no timers here. In fact, there is a timer. It's up here. I don't explain to people what my timer is, so there's no pressure or anything. Usually I let them dictate. An opportunity is an opportunity. So whenever we enter a discussion, I do have an internal timer, but I try to make it work regardless. And the internal timer is very generous. It's like 13 hours. Pomodoro is generally 25 minutes work, 5-minute break, and repeat. Time varies. Oh, intriguing. I like that. I like that there are people, knowing that there are people doing that type of thing. Intriguing. This is my break. Or actually, I'll reverse it, Jazz. What I'm doing is on break. When I'm language learning and stuff, that's the break part. When I'm speaking and stuff, that's work. This is yap is the work. When I'm language learning is the fun part. Wait, was it you yesterday that was asking about my motivation to do what I'm doing? Yeah. It's because that's the fun part. It's a privilege. It's a privilege to learn and stuff. I think it's I stay by what I said earlier. I'm not sure if you were here earlier when I said it. I see people as jobs, and not in an unfeeling way. Again, it motivates me to constantly try to do better when I interact with people. I think people deserve all of my time, not whatever it is that it makes me very self-satisfying. Like, learning a language is fantastic. I indulge in learning, so this stuff is an indulgement of myself. Like, I don't need this stuff. That's fine. But when someone wants my attention, that's a different story. For whatever reason, maybe they just want to make me angry. That's still more than indulging myself in learning. Like, what I mean is, why me? How did they even come about me, right? Like, that is the curiosity, and it's a combination of people. I'm curious about people more than I'm curious about my own knowledge a lot of times. To the Valley of Despair digression, where what do you get from learning a lot of things? More things you need to learn. Like, that's good. It's a great baseline resource. This is like breathing to me. Learning new things is breathing. It helps me stay consistent, well fed, if you will. And then people, that's where the challenge gets. That's where the work happens. And yeah, when it comes to work, I work the person, not in that way. I'm not a diplomat, right? I'm not a diplomat or a politician, but I can understand how that would sound like it. You know, when you work someone, basically get them to do what you want to do, like get into their good graces, and then get them to that's kind of it, but in a very different way. I just want to like extract things from them, and then also engage, like exchange. I want to exchange ideas. So when it comes to that, usually I just go I let the other person dictate how long they want to go. If they want to go for 5 hours, I'll go for 5 hours. If they want to go for 16 hours, I'll go for 16 hours. It's all good. Then I take a break. And then I repeat. So it's interesting, Pomodoro thing. Is it always a fixed amount of time? And do they do like the thing where I can think of a productivity? It would be they do 25 minutes, they put a timer, right? 25 minutes up, they run ads for 5 minutes as they go and like take a break, and then they come back and do 25 minutes. That would be a way to self-sustain while also garnering a win-win situation where you can have people who actively take breaks while viewing you, because ad breaks makes people want to take a break from it, and then you can like sort of condition. Sorry, my mind, I haven't ever watched productivity channels, so I don't actually know what it's like. I place myself in the co-studying co-working category because that's the closest thing to what I'm doing. That there's no other reason. And it was inspired off of someone. What's her name? Or I think it's her name. She uses an anime thing. I think it's Naomi or something. Actually, I can probably. It's someone. Someone started with language learning and they asked. Oh yeah. They're still there. And I noticed that they placed their Duolingo stuff or whatever they were doing, like their Anki or what have you, in the co-studying or co-working section. I was like, oh, that's a good place to place it. And if I do something else, I can just place myself in there. You're not a fan of Pomodoro? I would count it as anxiety inducing to you. Okay, but many people use this framework to get stuff done. I can kind of see that. I can definitely kind of see the anxiety inducing thing. One thing I'm gonna be like in my way, how to proactively do something about that. If that stuff induces anxiety, it would be all the more reason to try to do it, but with different time frames. And then that would give you ample vigorous opportunity and also self-voluntary opportunity to see where your threshold is to be able to navigate that anxiety. So as a proactive thing, right, as a proactive thing to do, you can place yourself under arbitrary time limits, like 50 minutes, 40 minutes, and you can orchestrate that in a manner that do you experience more anxiety if the period is longer, shorter. And what happens is like what I mentioned yesterday, where when you find an environment that you are voluntarily doing, it is very tough, but it also offers some leeway. You have control over that. So being able to test out how to address that anxiety gives you more flexibility than in the future when you have that restricted time frame to do so. You can at least quell or mitigate or have skills built for those particular environments, while at the same time being able to work in your ideal environment. So for myself, yes, time limits do induce a bit of anxiousness to me. It actually often leads to dissatisfaction. However, not doing it at all doesn't relax and or mitigate that problem if the opportunity presents itself. So kind of reacting to randomness, if you know what I mean. So if you feel you're unlucky, I think you'll see me just coming up with productivity systems different to promote. I think you see me just coming up with productivity systems different to Pomodoro. Yeah, that's fine. But that's the whole idea. You in order to address something, you would have to operate in it in order to create productivity systems different from it. Like, what I mean is the results or the things you're addressing, right? Because you can create a new system that maybe will coincidentally also tackle the anxiety inducing thing, but it wouldn't draw contrast or experience from the Pomodoro system, whatever that is. Like, I'm unaware of how that all the details of it. The idea is, if you have to work in that system, like say like a job opportunity comes up, this is where the luck and the unluck scenario happens. If you had a dream job in many other aspects, but suddenly you realize that, oh, they really believe in this method, it could be a non-option. It could be a deal breaker. Alternatively, it would be interesting to see how well I operate in that system. And then if that system's not for me, I can tailor the experience in order to iterate or produce a differing productivity system on that experience, as opposed to making a different system and assuming that it is different from Pomodoro, which that would be erroneous. It would be a leap of logic. When you make something to address a problem that you yourself have not experienced and test it, right? It's kind of like, how do you compete with Coke without knowing what Coke tastes like? That kind of thing. But this one is a little bit more intricate because you could try to surmise from overlapping things. You can do that for Coke too. I've drank Pepsi before, and you can assume that Pepsi kind of tastes like Coke. Or you could drink Coke and see what it is, right? I've never operated that way, so that would be interesting. 25 minutes work and 5 minutes break. I think the closest thing I can think of is interval training. Interval training would be the word I would use. And you might be thinking, interval training? We're not doing a fitness program. It's like, no, you can. Interval training is what I use to describe studying for a fixed amount of time, taking a break, walking away when you know that you have all the markers of falling focus, and then come back. Vice versa. In fact, you can do this intermittently right now. So if I enter a yap session while doing my thing, when I go back to my thing, my break is already up. So I can do a different task in order to break with the current task, and then I would juggle multiple tasks for doing that. So conversation is the breakup tandem to the existing tasks, and that's what I would constitute as what people understand as multitasking, but it's not the same as multitasking. Multitasking, a lot of times people are haphazardly doing it, but I am intentionally practicing two skills that are working together most of the time. Multitasking, a lot of times people would be referring to like, oh yeah, I'm driving because I have to, and now I'm eating because just so happen. You can, yeah, that comes out for necessity, but you can also train other things where they relate to each other. Two tasks that are related to each other, but at the same time they break from the tedium of the task. So my break often involves something, this is a lack of a better term, but I do two productive things together, knowing when I become less productive in the other thing eventually. And then I learn to either increase the efficiency of it, and then fill back the stuff. So like if it takes me an hour to do my session, eventually when I focus on improving it over time, it'll go down to 30 minutes. Then I will fill up the rest of the 30 minutes until I push it back to an hour, or I can fill it in with another task. So now at some point my efficiency goes up while maintaining the awareness of when I lose attention. So my threshold typically is I do still work, take a break, work, take a break. However, my endpoint is not the amount of time invested, but when I am aware my focus and performance has declined significantly to a point where I must stop and to take a break. So maybe it's a little bit more holistic, like perhaps it's a little bit more holistic. It was analytical at first. Many of the metrics that I've used before a long time ago were analytic because I wasn't aware. I didn't know what is it that I'm looking for to make sure that I'm not focused anymore. Like things like, oh, my error rate went up by 0.3%. Is that statistically significant? You can't have a statistically significant rate of error until you have a large enough sample size, right? And you have to do the task sufficiently long enough to know that there are other ways to tell analytically outside of just using a random time. Like 25 minutes of work is difficult to quantify. What is that 25 minutes of work? Have I done 25 minutes of work right now? I would argue that I've probably done 2 hours of work right now on one thing, but I have spent 27 minutes doing the work that's on screen. And that's so interesting. I'm kind of curious if I ask those people, those people who do those channels, if I interview them, would they break the stuff down for me? It would be really interesting. Like how deep do they go? Now I kind of want to do a Pomodoro just to test what that is. Like pick the trendiest productivity system and then apply it. I'll think about it, Jazz. I'll think about it. I'm very genuinely curious. I didn't even think there were productivity systems. I figure there's like a bit more nebulous. Like the things I think about productivity is incredibly nebulous. Like they're far more wider stretched because providing specificity means that there are going to be a one-size-fits-all model. Like 25 minutes is fairly arbitrary and 5 minutes is arbitrary as well. But does that inform the person to actively determine if 25 is enough? Like, for example, if you're going to a productivity channel, right? Does this person at the end of the day review for the viewing audience or for something instructional material in which they say, okay, so I've been doing 25 minutes of work and 5-minute breaks the last month. I've noticed these things and I've noticed these things. Let's try to, it feels like we can elevate that to 40 minutes of work and 1 minute of break for the next month. So what they're going to do is they're going through cycles of iteration and cycles of optimization, right? Of their productivity system. They don't stick with a trust me bro system where this is the format, I'm going to stick to the format and that's it. At least that is where I am productive. So the process, understanding the process of being productive, not applying a system that is immutable. I think the immutability of a system is what makes people feel like it's luck and unlucky. Like that's what, in my opinion, makes it feel like it's all luck and not control. When people present systems, they trust the system. They don't tell you how to alter it, to change it, to tailor it, give you the problem solving skills and the critical thinking skills in order to effectively make it into something that you're a fan of, right? Because it's a part of you. It enables you to solve the problem. Like, how do you tweak the system? And the moment you have to ask that question, you no longer could say, oh, on and off this, on and off that, do this, do that. And you might be thinking, whoa, who does that? I have quite a few channels that might do that. There's one for doing fitness that I like. hats off to calisthenic movement, right? And quite a lot of other people. What they do is they do something for an extended amount of time. They use their self-evaluation tools, modify the thing, and then after a year's time, the thing that they originally start with, the system that they originally start with, no longer look like the system that it began with from the inspiration. So for myself, when I started with Duolingo, I started by using the system. And then it became something else. And then now Duolingo is part of Wanikani and HanziHero. It might not look like it, but we're integrating two different things. They're two different systems. Occasionally I would think about Duolingo in order to break the cadence of my focus on HanziHero. Right? It's pretty wild how comfortable and less anxious inducing, in my opinion. Maybe that's my plug. It's pretty wild and less anxious inducing to try most things at first if you understand that, yeah, you know, this is just a starting point. We're gonna make it our own. And the faster, in my opinion, the faster, you know, the more techniques and whatnot you've come up with, more experience, the quicker that learning curve reduces, and the anxiety kind of just washes away. Maybe that's not as of a compelling narrative for you, since I haven't really shown you that it can be done very quickly. Considering that it takes me maybe like three months on average to start dramatically do things, I keep them to like at least a month's time to 3 months. And that's where all the my digression started. I don't know where you entered in this digression, but my tangent started with the idea of considering modifications after day 200. Day 200 is coming up for both these products, and I'm thinking about switching up and doing a little bit like repurposing and evaluating. And at day 200, I will be evaluating, doing the whole long-term or somewhat tentative reevaluation of how I'm approaching this stuff, where I can squeeze more quote-unquote productivity here and here, and then also include all the things I have observed over the time. So then the productivity isn't necessarily about getting the results, but it's about doing the thing and keeping track of things that pop up. Again, and these segments are not an emphasis on comprehensibility, or like comprehensiveness. It's about awareness. So over time, it's humorous that you mentioned you're not a fan of something on this, like on the surface or like on impression. I like that you mentioned that, because now it makes me curious. Can I appreciate why you're not a fan of it? And by doing it. So in a way, not that I'm going to yet, I have far too many things that are being juggled right now, but I'll keep an eye out and get a little educated with productivity systems. I actually have that can be a very useful set of knowledge for me, because there was a stint maybe 6 months ago. I was looking at what is those called? Self-help stuff. I perused whatever trendy things for self-help, and I used it as a building block for how do I structure questions that I would get if I start language learning, because a lot of those self-help things are the basis of habit formation. Like the basis of habit formation is required and will likely be relevant to language learning. And then how do I integrate that and bridge that between playing video games and learning a language? And I looked into self-help stuff, whatever's trendy, because it might become relevant. Trendy things are often relevant in dialogue. And I have yet to come across someone who despite being in the co-studying section, addressed if I've applied any type of like new wave or trendy productivity system. I would say that oftentimes productivity systems and self-help are kind of in the same general region of like general subgenre of study and work. And I would not be surprised if many of the things that I do is a modified version of that. So despite not having anxiety inducing, I'm not sure if I'm inducing people's anxieties. But I clearly don't put a timer on things, but I do look at the time. Like I look at the stream time and I look at my current time, all the lack of a better phrase, all the time. Most of the time, I suppose. Interesting. Pomodoro. So it's like Pomodoro. Interesting. That is a thing. Simple Pomodoro app that works on desktop and mobile. That's a thing? Aesthetic? What? How do you use... It's a technique. It's a time management method that involves breaking down work with focus 525. After a longer break is taken, the core idea is to improve focus and reduce fatigue. Here's a step-by-step breakdown. I'm fascinated. I'm absolutely fascinated. Choose a task, select a specific task to focus on, set the timer, 25 minutes. Pomodoro, is that okay? Work with focus. Work on the task without distraction until the timer limit. That is so generic. That is way too nebulous. Take a short break when the timer ends. Take a 5-minute break. Get up, stretch, or do something unrelated to your task. I mean, I do that. I actually, but it's between the tasks. Repeat step 1 through 4 3 more times. After 4 Pomodoros, take a longer break. Record your progress. You can track your this is not self-correcting. If that is the AI, this is an AI overview, by the way, so take it with a grain of salt. It's the courtesy of Gemini. What I see is the skeleton of a trust me bro method. It does not have a step for self-evaluation. Its metrics, when they say track your progress, progress is a goal-oriented output. So it does not have, most of this is not process-oriented. It has no self-correcting. It does not tell you to determine if you can increase or decrease the amount of time for focus, because they're suggesting that the 25-minute interval would increase your focus because your intensity changes maybe in that interval, but your length of your time would be your focus period. So this is less of an endurance, but more of like an SRS practice. Like SRS actually reduces your focus time, or like it would either stringently, if your focus time is already longer than SRS, using SRS will restrict it down to that specific focus time. This one, there's no element of literal lengthening of the duration. I guess they're trying to increase the intensity of it in order to maybe make it so that when you're focusing on other things, that intensity draws out the duration. There's no self-correcting, right? Most of this that I'm reading here, there's no process-oriented thinking involved in this. They're trusting it because the person that might have trouble focusing is assumed to already have a low focused work environment already. Like it would work, in my opinion, like gangbusters probably, if you are already having problems. Like taking breaks, knowing when you're tired. If you're overworking, like if you have no awareness that you overwork, as in exercise diminished return, like you study for 6 hours straight and you realize that person's focus already fell off of the deep end at 1 hour. That's a 5-hour period of diminished return. This is not addressing that. I like to think that these programs are probably going to be a little bit more in depth than that. How do you self-correct if, let's say your focus is not more than 25 minutes, it's 5 minutes? Do you grunt through it, or do you start at 5 minutes and go for 6, go for 7, etc.? How can you reduce your break time? What is the quality of the break time? Can you evolve when it says do something unrelated to your task? What type of nature is that? How can you start with spheres of different breaks, spheres of different focuses? So there's like, in my opinion, there's a lacking in detail, but hear me out. If I'm just going to speak for myself. I don't know what other people are doing. If I were going to test this approach, that's all those questions that I was going to ask. I was going to analyze those impacts, the nature of my break. How do I decrease the amount of time I need to break? How do I increase my duration, my on-time duration? Vice versa. Where is the upper limit? Where is the lower limit? How do I add new cycles into it? Can I do 2 productivity tasks at one time? Can I change it to an ABAB format like Tabata, like exercise, where instead of, or like a split, right? Can it be adapted to a split where you would do up the chest and then you do lower body, then the chest again? Instead of taking a break, literally unrelated, you can have a related task, but it is an unrelated task within that subset, right? You're focused on your lower body as opposed to your upper body. Mental strategies, you can have compartmentalization between productivity tasks, and it would still can possibly feel like a break. So there's those things. I guess the process would be a great skeleton. I think it's an interesting way to get the foundations. I wonder how popular this thing is. I haven't ever heard this term before. You're giving my head a wild spin. I am curious. Interesting. Sorry, Jess, I got off on a tangent, but there we go.
梦境
I will go back to my thing. 梦境. Okay, dream boundary. You have to enter a dream boundary, dream world through a dream boundary, the boundary of your dreams. Oh, within the boundaries. 梦境。每个人都有自己独特的梦境。Own what? Oh, is this like a full fat phrase? Or is it their... Oh, own. Yeah, their own. Yeah, this is a full fat phrase. Their own like special kind of unique. Their own unique. That is it. Own unique kind of dream world. It got absorbed. Whoops.
梦境
梦境
寒
Han. He looks suspiciously familiar. Is something. Like Han. Alright. Harry Potter is inside the pawn shop where he works. When nobody is looking, he goes to the mouth. So he goes over to the mouth of the second-hand cuckoo clock, where he keeps his magic sticks for eating out of boredom. Magic snacks, not sticks. Magic snacks for eating out of boredom. Nah, I don't like this. So we're gonna do... Harry Potter is inside the pawn shop contemplating about buying a magical clock where when the second hand hits a specific time, it keeps track of time when to have snacks. So when the hand strikes the appropriate time, right, out pops a snack from the mouth, right? And I think that's a little bit better because of magic and stuff. I think it's still fine though. It keeps track of the time, right? A clock keeps track of the time. Who would have thought? But in this case, of when to eat, so that's where the mouth thing comes in. That's probably what I would do. Contain, 包含, to be rich in. Interesting. 富含, rich, to keep. Interesting.
含
I'm
稳
one. Let's see, one stable. Oh my goodness, there is so much happening in this. I think we'll be fine with this, whatever it is. So Walter White is in the basement of the infirmary. Okay. Oh, cleats is kind of hard though, to get cleats in there. Where he is being forced by the evil doctors to do a strange test. Why evil doctors? It's Walter White. We'll just say by the doctors to do a strange test. He must keep a heart. Okay, I see it. Heart that is balanced on top of the fork, completely stable as he walks across a narrow crossbeam, wearing a pair of slippy cleats. While he does this, the doctor tries to make him less stable by tickling him with grain stalks as he makes his way around. Make a way across. Ugh. Okay, hold up. So we need something of Walter White's in this mnemonic. The doctors could stay. Stable. Oh man, that's tough. Just so much going on. I was gonna say something like I don't know how to fit the grain stock in. But maybe something like Walter White is in the basement of the infirmary. Oh, but it's the basement of the infirmary. Alright, sure. I guess we'll try this. I'm not too confident that I'll remember as Walter White. By evil doctors to do a strange test. Alright, he must keep a heart. I think it's more like crossbeam. Yeah, the grain stock is being lost, but I think I'm just gonna change it around and say in the basement of the infirmary, Walter White is undergoing a stress test by doctors, right? He must keep his heart stable. He must keep his heart stable while I don't know, balancing on a crossbeam. Crossbeam holding a gigantic fork with grain stalks on grain stalks, holding like I don't know. All right, we'll just go with this. I can't. It's outrageous enough. I hope. 平稳，稳定。 I was thinking more like stable heart. Yeah, that's okay.
稳
Let me try to imagine this. Okay, I mean, let's see. Let's see. Uh,
购物
oh, whoa.
含
Yep. I think that works a bit better. Yeah, sure.
稳
Sure. I got a good better one.
植物
What is that? Oh, I hear fireworks.
梦境
It has begun. Whoa, what time is it? Oh, that's kind of late. Partner. Fun. Yeah, that's definitely partner, alright. Bart Simpson is in the bathroom of the pawn shop talking to his favorite partner in crime and pranks. Slenderman, of course. They agree to split up their work in halves. Pawn shop, okay, in the bathroom, okay. Bart will destroy the bathroom by breaking everything in half, while Slenderman will go and wreck the inside of the shop once he distracts the employee. Okay. I got you. 伙伴, that makes sense. Companion partner. 玩伴, playmate, makes sense. 陪伴. 陪伴. 伴就, no reference. Not enough.
半
Need the other half.
均
Jing. Ooh. That's interesting looking. Oh, that is a 2. Equal. Oh boy. I think I have another vocabulary word for equal. I don't remember it anymore though at the moment. Or I can't recall it. Julius Caesar is in front of the infirmary. Okay. Preparing to meet his equal. Oh no, his 2 injured generals. He has with him 2 equal containers of soil. Oh yeah, 2 equal containers of soil, each full of soil of Rome, which they have just captured. He plans to give these to the 2 generals, symbolizing that they can share equally the glory of victory. Ew. In front of the infirmary, and then I guess injured generals for the infirmary. Soil. Maybe just preparing to meet 2 injured soldiers covered in soil, having been dragged themselves covered in soil, and he gave them 2 containers of, I don't know, water or gold or money in order for them to for their services. Symbolizing that they have, a share, an equal share in the glory of victory, like, you know, spoils. Maybe two equal containers of spoils. That's fine. That's good enough. What the 平均 average? Interesting. 不均均衡 okay.
均
均 not 均 because G is the only thing. There's no 猪 均
聚
G. Assemble. Oh boy. Another thing. Like 结. Okay. And 直. Was it 直结? 直结 is to assemble, right? No, 集结. Or no, 集合 is 集合 to assemble. Maybe this is a... Nope, it's the same to gather. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of the house trying to assemble all of his favorite possessions in the bathtub. Sure. He has an ear of one of his conquered foes, a folding stool from the Roman Senate. I don't think we need that. And the corpse of Slender Man, who he recently defeated. Suddenly, a conga line of foes burst in through the bathroom and take all of his assembled things before Julius can even do anything to resist their assembled force. Okay. I can see what they mean and what he's doing. Like, gather. So he's gathered the spoils of all his things. Conga line of foes burst in there. Huh. Okay. Maybe more so, let's just make it more positive, right? So he has a bunch of relics. Julius Caesar is in the bathroom of his house, sitting on a folding stool next to the bathtub. In it, he has assembled a bunch of rarities, right? Rarities. He has or like sussy rarities. He likes to collect body parts, right? Body trophies. So he has the ear of his conquered foes, as well as the corpse of Slender Man. And while he is assembling these things, a conga line of his generals have burst in and added to the amount of assembled items with more conquering body trophies for whatever reason. We're painting a very, very weird image of Julius Caesar, but I guess that might be close enough. Oh, of course, you can combine 聚集. Of course. Of course they would be related. That's exactly what I mean. Oh, they're adjusted. Yep. Of course they'd be related. 聚集. Oh, and you can substitute that too. So 团 团聚. Of course. And of course you can get gathering or meeting. 聚会. Of course. Everywhere there those were allowed, this is allowed.
聚
I see.
摸
More to grope. What was fondle? It's something like da something. Maybe this is gonna be linked with fondle. We'll see. Mario is in front of the office building, sure. where he is trying to run away from a bunch of lecherous fingers that keep on groping him. All right, well, I think I have a nose. It felt like my right nose was bleeding. It can happen sometimes. He finds an empty coffin. Wait, why does this look like the other mall? What is the most recent mall that I have? Oh, it was a tree. You just substitute for a tree. Okay, that's imitate. So, alright, he finds an empty coffin and jumps into it and closes it, yeah? Floating fingers. I mean, that's not the first time that happened in a Mario game. The fingers swarm the coffin and grope every part of it. Okay. Touches. As Mario wonders how long he has to wait for the groping fingers to leave the office building area. Well, he shouldn't have gotten in. But he was imitating a tree at one time using a coffin, so. To grope in the dark. More hey. Makes sense. To slack off. More yi. To slack off. To grope fish? To slack off? Is that a weird euphemism? I don't know how that works. to fathom. Draw more. I don't have. Yeah, I don't have a reference for that. Okay.
摸全
Chen. Okay, we finally got spring. Izumi. Izumi. Or Sen, I guess. Wait, does it work? Yeah, Zen. Sen for spring. And Izumi. Okay. Quasimodo is inside the pawn shop looking for the spring of health. Pawn shop. To cure his hunchback. Okay. He pushes over the display case, revealing a suspicious wooden panel underneath. Soaked with water, he pries open the panel, and bubbly white water, I got you, comes gushing out. He gets the water from the spring and applies it to his back. His hunch miraculously straight. I can get behind this. This is great. I like this. Well played. A warm spring. Yep. Wen Quan 泉水 mineral water 矿 interesting fountain 喷泉 okay
泉
we really gotta get to our Phantom X today. I digressed. Because we get to take a break from Phantom X now, soon. We actually reached the end of the core content yesterday. And we're 3 days away from doing our character arc.
半
Okay. Okay.
句
Okay. Yep.
摸
Okay.
全
Okay.
均
Ding. It has an equal sign in it. Coincidentally. Alright. We're over the halfway point of HSK4. I might actually take a break at HSK6. I don't know. I'm still considering it. That's where the 3-hour digression just recently started. Four?
教授，
他是一位知名的大学教授。
散步，
我们在海边散步。
潜，勇敢，
我的姐姐是我认识的最勇敢的人。
看到，
我看到一只猫。
I couldn't decide. I couldn't decide. Whoops. Wait.
乙，
What? Oh. No, long T. Oh no, I had a problem with this yesterday, I think. I got it eventually. No, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Oh, no, wait. Oh, I added an N for no apparent reason.
促使，
这首诗促使读者反思人生。
What? What?
促进，
促进文化交流。
Urge to use. Kind of like insist, no? Urge use. Persuade? What are we talking about here? And what happened here? Oh,
放映，
今天有多少场放映？
反映，
这封信反映了他的想法。
守卫，
这座城堡有守卫。
轮椅，
他必须使用轮椅。
What? Wait. How'd I screw up? I don't actually know why this is wrong. No, I have no idea. Huh. Huh.
逛 设施
这个健身房缺乏设施。
Create a stat execute.
一并
工资与奖金一并发放。
一并 Okay, hold up. Did I screw up? And it's like, no, I don't know what is wrong. The first one I typed. Huh.
微弱
他听到微弱的脚步声。
浪费
浪费时间就是浪费生命。
浪费 Like, what? I could have sworn that's yen. What? I must be confusing this with something. What's it? 这个健身房 something 且 Oh.
药品
各种不同类型的药品。
临床
临床经验对医生很重要。
获得
我想获得知识。
What? Oh, I screwed up. I typed the.
微笑
他的微笑很美。
轮船
这条轮船的快慢怎么样？
实施
这项政策将在明年开始实施。
Wave of. Oh, there are dewdrops. Wave of expense. I have no idea. We'll wait.
获胜，
我们队获胜。
I have to use mnemonics for that.
日，恐龙，
恐龙的化石遗存。
Okay, yeah, so it's definitely the right one. Something is not correct about the right one. We have a missile boat and plates. Wait. Yeah, it's definitely the right one. That's what's the common thing between the two.
豹，
I thought it was the pew pew, it broke a plate, and then it's tray, right? That should be tray. And I thought the tray was... Yoshi in the... Oh, no, it's not.
方向盘，
把住方向盘。
I don't know how the Bing works. This is the second time that Bing... Oh, this is actually one of the leads too. Dang, I even made a habit of... Ali... Hong. Can't think of what the right thing. This is a block. Did I not write together? Oh, did I write similar? I should have wrote together. Wait, but what was the Bing part? I don't remember what the Bing part is. I'll have to look back.
翻，
And this isn't the first time I had the left. Pretty sure.
超短裙，
他总是喜欢穿超短裙。
Mnemonics for the win, I suppose. Uh-oh.
玉，口述，
我口述了今天的事件。
I gotta think some of the Kodai was. Oh no. I remembered this and then now I've forgotten it. What was the left thing? About the. Oh. Two. 促使 urge to use. Persuade. Oh, that's not how you spell persuade, but urge to impel. Yeah. I knew I wasn't gonna get impel. Let's do some extra to sway to swayed. Okay. Wave of. Yeah, I lost the right hand thing. Okay. Okay.
真，
Okay.
累，
Okay.
裹足不前，
他裹足不前，无法做出决定。
Move forward? Say to go? I don't know how they go about this. Hesitate to proceed? Okay, alright. Hesitate to go is fine. Okay. Ah! Wait. Oh, I typed 4 twice. I'm like, what the?
按，
What happened? Yes, yeah. Why do I immediately think of Toll? Huh.
笨蛋，
真是个大笨蛋。
醒，
Ah, I missed the 5 again. Like I mistyped 5. Mouth. This mouth. Narrate. Oh, I didn't look. Hold up. Well, I'm missing the bun part. Combined. Wait, how does the combine thing work with thing? In the middle of the huge gate and goes up and combines the gate and some horns attached to him. Oh, and it summons and becomes Underman. Summons Underman. Okay, fine. All right. What did they want? Impel? Ugh. Hell.
养
Hoist. That's another word that I'm probably gonna lose in another month. Hoist. Hoist. What the? Oh. What happens when you type the wrong tone? Wait, is this what I think it is?
推动
推动社会向前发展。
Okay. So how do I screw this up? Oh yeah. Right.
算盘
我不知道如何使用算盘。
What's the pun part? Oh. Oh, abacus. Right. Abacus.
西 玉山
玉山是台湾最高的山。
操
Okay, I must not miss this.
谢谢
请等一会。
Okay.
赢得
他们赢得了冠。
Yee. Interesting. People stream fireworks. Even I don't think of that. Oh, that's kind of neat. Oh, that's kind of fun.
聊天
Although for the
他们正在
record,
聊天。
my parents, whenever they watch fireworks, they would watch it on the television. so, so I can imagine streaming would be interesting too. That's kind of a neat, like the times have changed kind of situation. Like during Lunar New Year's, my parents would watch fireworks from like China and stuff, like the broadcasting from around the world for New Year's, especially Lunar New Year's when China puts on their displays, their fireworks displays. I watch Japanese and Chinese fireworks displays for Lunar New Year's, and they happen at different times. Japan actually does Lunar New Year's on the New Year's on the Gregorian calendar, and then Chinese does Lunar New Year's on lunar, which I guess technically you could argue Japan does both, sorta. Yeah. Oh no, sorry. Japan does Lunar New Year's. I'm talking about Korean. I think Korean does Gregorian, solar, Gregorian. And then both, I think Japanese and Chinese might be slightly different. I'm not sure. There's a little difference, but I like watching their fireworks system. But streaming it, interesting. I haven't considered that. I'm usually constantly doing things, so it doesn't come up very much. Or the opportunity doesn't come up. I would love to watch or like a restream. Like I would like simul stream or something, like watch the fireworks one day. Should do that for like Lunar New Year's or something like that. Huh. And then just yapathon.
把
一清二楚 Wait 楚一清二楚
一清二楚
看得一清二楚。
Perfectly clear? Oh, okay. You think you don't think of it because you just enjoy the fireworks by yourself without needing an audience or bystander? Oh, that's fair. Yeah. Do you also go out and enjoy the fireworks with peeps? Because that used to be like my for myself a pastime. So the audience and bystanders could be your friends and family. Kind of like a movie theater situation.
穿透，
剑穿透了我的膝盖。
Different experiences, of course. Different experiences. Oh. The heck? Untold. Is it like to pass through, to see through? Oh, I guess it's just penetrate. You don't exactly go outside like that. You just watch from a high pointed building, so not being too far from your stay. That's fair, but you could be watching, you know, like I've done that before too. We would spend it like there's still an audience. You could still have an audience or for it, right? I remember being on a rooftop of with a bunch of friends. We congregate in a place where there are like rooftops, and whenever you like go to a rooftop of like say an apartment complex, right? For example, there would be other people having the same idea situation. Uh.
肉类，
肉类食品。
仅有，
他是我仅有的朋友。
英文，
你的英文很好。
哭，常常，
他常常工作到深夜。
I kind of miss those days. Oh, you know what? Oh man, I remember. Oh, I have a really early memory of something. Man, my friend, like, I had a childhood friend. I'm like, we're no longer keep in touch. But man, I remember how small our houses were. Our like, his family lived in a row house. Yeah, I still remember the places that we lived in. It almost feels like a fleeting dream. Because it'd be dark anyway, and when it's dark outside, you'd rather be cozy and having had showered when the days end. Okay, I see. I mean, yeah. What in the actual tarnation?
挑食，
他是个挑食的人。
Oh, picky eater. Too late. My gut feeling failed me.
训，写作，
我的写作不太好。
之一，
这是我最喜欢的一本书之一。
What are you?
疼，
Oh no.
就，
What do I have for this? Then? At once? Okay. Oh yeah, it's at once. That's right. That's gonna be a problem for the rest of my life. Oh. That's totally a misread.
叫好，
观众为演出叫好。
That's been a trouble one.
南瓜，
他做了一道很好吃的南瓜汤。
Nangwa? 南瓜 pumpkin.
终止，
政府已经终止了这项计划。
You associate going outside with getting dirty. You shower before you sleep. That's fair. I associate the outside with a different state than inside. Yeah. Well, not particularly dirty though. I don't necessarily think. It does involve that. But very secondary. It doesn't dictate that. That's not the primary driver. It's more like viewing the vessel of the house and the outdoors as two different states. Okay, we practiced this yesterday, right?
奋起，
我们必须奋起反抗。
I don't know how to say this other than exert force to rise up, I guess. Oh, no, it's just rise up. Exert force to rise up. Sure. Or make an effort to get up.
粗心，
一个粗心的错误。
粗心. Okay, let's. You make state sound like it's chemistry. It's like, oh, are we doing this experiment in room temp or not? State? Sort of. State is a fairly colloquial word when you think of state of mind, right? When you think of how people talk about mind, they use the word state of mind. So no chemistry involved. Rarely do they use any other word involving thinking. Like that's a state of mind. You could say that's a way of thinking, maybe. That's a fairly common colloquialism. Yeah. But when I said when I was doing I was shortcutting. When I said state, I was more referring to state of mind. Mindset is another one that colloquially would be used instead of state of mind, I suppose. But yeah, I can kind of see the chemistry thing.
迫害，
我们应该反对任何形式的迫害。
迫害 Oh, no, that's prosecute, not oppress. What? Oh.
明白，
What? 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 Oh, that's 4, not... It's a very mad scientist way of perceiving. Mad scientist. State of mind? Interesting. You associate that with mad scientists. Huh. That's an interesting state of mind. I would have went with political. Very political. Oops, that's a typo. I think this is still stop. What? Oh, wait, what? Oh, typo.
早，
But how is it different to you? Your state of mind when outdoors and when indoors? Outdoors, you your mindset changes. When I go outdoors, I'm ready to open to all the things that the world, the chaos And then when I come in indoors, it's my controlled environment. I'm basically embracing your mad scientist analogy. So when you go outside, it's entropy. When you come inside to the house, it's ordered. So you make your behavior adjusts to that. So when you come in, you do something that is predictable. You clean up, you wash, right? You change out of your clothes. Things are where they are left. You can manipulate the environment inside. So all the things are very organized. Well, when you go out, you prepare. You wear clothing, specific things, think about things, prepare your mind for the outside world, right? So when you go out, like I don't see the rooftop as perhaps not the rooftop, but most of the things when I go out, I am with people, or I try to be around people and open to the chaos. I don't typically look for isolation when I leave the house, right? So I open my mind, become my pretentious, extroverted like self, and then when I come back home, I embrace and recharge my introverted desires. And I don't go out very often. So when you're saying, when you say you don't exactly go, like maybe, I don't know how often. You probably go out more often than I do. When I go out, all my energy and stuff is from the inside. The house and stuff is liberated, and entropy is allowed to. I divest my entropy. I allow all that stored energy to create impacts outside. So, kind of like going to work. All my energy is left in my work. And then when I come back, I'm usually doing the controlled things too. Now it's a little different because most of my energy is going out, but not literally going out. It's this very moment we're having now. The internet space is technically outside my house. So our transactions and stuff, I treat this very moment as a form of entropy. Releasing my energy, using my energy, radiating my efforts and whatnot. And then when the screen goes off, I go back to what I think most people describe their life as, where they keep to themselves, read, observe, but not mention anything, don't interact with people. It's generally, or very, very close circles. So the people who I interact with on a regular basis and whatnot, they have no entropy outside of this. They rarely, I don't think people talk about me too often, the ones that I know very personally. And they prefer that they aren't either. So I usually refer to them indirectly a lot of times, right? So it's still yours. Like I still perceive it as the outside and the inside. So it still encompasses the idea of being dirty outside and being clean on, being inside, right? You can even say that entropy is a little muddy. It's a little unpredictable. It's kind of chaotic, a little bit messy. You gotta put up the order. So the here's one that translates to my view of someone. Oftentimes, not that I'm using it as a diagnostics of someone's well-being, but generally when you step into a household and you see an unnecessary amount of chaos and entropy, that often associates with someone that brought all their affairs and all their things into their household, like work, the stress of work, money matters, all the things that are outside of their haven, their organized, safe place. So it oftentimes, when you take a viewpoint to separate things that are outside and inside, can help. Now, the internet has kind of changed that a bit, right? So what instead people do is they take their place of work and put it into an office. And that office is a specific closed off environment mentally from the place they relax. I, on the other hand, don't. I am in the very room that I sleep and do everything else. But if you can manage that, that's perfectly fine as well. However, not a lot of people want like the physical representation to happen as well. So one of the the therapeutic suggestions oftentimes is if your work is starting to bleed, your outside environment is starting to bleed into your inside environment, try to find ways to manage them in a physical and yet a spiritual way or mental way. And oftentimes when people start streaming or make content, they would eventually invest in an office, and that office would become separated from another place in the house. And then if that person is incredibly successful, they would separate the entire building, the office, their working environment from their house. So then it isn't because of literally being outside or inside. It's more outside your safe space and inside your safe space, which creates that state of wanting to be alone or being with other people, kind of speaking. So when I head out, I'm ready to meet other people. When I'm inside, probably the closest your tolerance you'll probably have is a person you're most close to, or a stranger that you have no emotional investment or attachment to. Those are the the strongest, the most pragmatic way to invest in talking. So the reason why I say this is because that's what coincides. That's my working theory on coinciding how people, when they interact on the internet, they're usually in their place of relaxation and isolation, versus treating the internet as outside of their place of relaxation and place. For me, when I'm streaming, it is an outside world thing. I treat it publicly. Anything I put onto the internet or explain right now, this very moment, I treat with the utmost energy. So I am intense in a hopefully not too reflectively or proportionally intense way. I'm very professional about what I say because the internet is not my home. The internet is the rest of the world. And I think that's one of the delineations that are not very concordant with people's mindsets. So when they're super relaxed at home and they're also streaming live to someone else, that mindset can bleed. You can bring the chaos to your home, and the chaos of your home can bleed into the internet. So what do? You get scandals, drama, lack of due diligence, a lapse of judgment. And that's kind of the thing that I would use to negotiate the state of mind that deals with being outside and being inside. Since I'm on the internet, I am in a mode of mindset that I'm outside because other people outside are the witness to the things I do. So it's not that I'm like suspiciously hiding away my personal stuff, but I can, if I am able to, I'll show you what I'm like with the cameras rolling in a candid environment, which is not the outside. But in a way, no matter what, when something is recording me, that means an outside source is seeing the inside of my place. So I can welcome them as much as possible, but generally speaking, that is a mindset and a bridge that is very privileged to those who are closest to you. So only a few people understand what it's like to see me tired, for example, or to see me angry. Actually, I think I can count on the number of both hands. Like, I think there are less than 10 people in my life that have seen me angry. So, and the safe space, the home that you make is where you're allowed to be that. You're allowed to be alone, isolated with your thoughts. Sounds like a mad scientist, I know, right? or more like a fortress of solitude, I suppose. Yeah. So I don't let my guard down, basically. And you might be thinking, guard, what are you defending against? Against myself. I mean, it's a exercise in discipline, right? And I would say that sometimes you may or may not want to know a person wholeheartedly. I do have bad days, I would say. Definitely bad days. But those bad days are I wouldn't say they're any extraordinarily different from everyone else's bad days. Right? And I make that very clear that if I'm streaming, it's a good day. Otherwise, I wouldn't be outside of my house. Right? That's the metaphor. I don't step out of my house if I'm having a bad day. It means I'm going to bring the badness to whoever I interact with. So it might sound a little Japanese or Chinese in a face culture situation. I don't walk out of the house to bring bad things to people. I walk out of the house to be ready to release my energy and make use of it. So in a way, that could be like the analogy that most people do, where they work better in an environment that is business. So like, I don't know, going to the library to study, like for a student, or working non-remotely, right? And that leads to, I won't go into digression, but leads to the whole idea of remote work can work for individuals who have a mental idiosyncrasy, like a behavioral pattern that can accommodate remote work. But in general, statistically, remote work reduces the productivity of people, largely because it blurs the line between what's outside and what's inside. And in my opinion, that's why it also bleeds into and explains. This is coincidence, of course, the correlation, not causation. But there's another coincidental view of what I'm having is that people talk to each other and talk to other strangers like they're inside their house, for example, and they don't take things seriously. And then that's where things spiral, right? Treating, talking, and many different types of behavior that's associated with being in your household. Know that when you're in the internet space, it's not guaranteed that the people you're talking to takes things seriously or not. But oftentimes the ones that get pummeled or get involved in drama and stuff are the ones that do not separate the idea that what's on the internet is an audience. It's viewing. So whatever you share on the internet is an environment that someone who believes they spend most of their time isolated, that is not the environment that they are in anymore, right? And that to me is like one of my underlying essays for social disconnect, social dissonance is what I'm a fancy way of saying there's a cognitive dissonance between what it constitutes as practicing communication and forming relationships, right? Professional, platonic, or stranger versus like compulsorily in an environment that doesn't promote that or conducive to that type of practice. So if you're at home just DMing all the time in your bed, then it will condition and normalize that whenever you go to an interview for a job interview and become nervous, because that's an environment that you are not used to. But technically, the environment that you are normalizing makes it very difficult for you to be able to adapt to an environment that is formal. But the internet is a formal place. It's a public place. It's actually even more public than most of the situations that people describe that gives them anxiety. Like going on an interview, that's at most a select like 9 or 10 people. And yet someone in their bed could tweet out something to hundreds of thousands of people and do not even bat an eyelash about it. And that's kind of one of those current modern day dissonance in communication that I have often find very interesting. I would say potentially alarming, but maybe social order and societal changes will catch up that adapts to it. But for now, there's a joke that my punchline for this piece that I'm thinking of writing is that the most mistakes are made in bed. Most communication mistakes are made in bed. And obviously it's a joke, because what I'm talking about is the tweets that go public and might define you in a public space probably is when you're most relaxed, because that's what the internet does, right? It takes the convenience of the public space and internalize it in a manner that it's no longer a public space. So people would bring their cameras into their bedrooms, and you would watch a video or you read a tweet in bed, and then suddenly like this person outraged you, so you would type an essay that incriminates you or makes you the target of slander all of a sudden, and you did this all in the comfort of your bed. Like, you're tired, or maybe it's really late, and you make decisions based on that. So I often form a routine which separates me from making those comments whenever I'm here. Like, I could share them, I can talk about them, I can even describe them, but it wouldn't be in a nature that makes me like, hey guys, I'm just so tired right now, but we gotta chill, right? Like, I don't want to study this. Let's just I'm just gonna type whatever. It's whatever. That's not me. Like, it would not be me. It would not be me doing that. You find yourself to be wondering when you're not online, it can feel great to not be online all the time. Yes. Yeah, that would be a great indicator that there's still separation between the two. Yeah, it's still a fantastic separation. I think having a balance and being able to understand that is incredibly healthy, because the internet is luck, right? You're outside. Entropy happens in an outside world. There's less entropy in your safe space. So when maybe luck and unluck happens in a public space, the internet, it's good, it's very healthy to have a backup where you can disconnect and be in your safe environment, even among friends and family, right? Friends and family have access tangentially to your personal space. So in my opinion, that's where the balance allows the most successful, consistent, I'm going to remove successful, more like the most consistent people emotionally and professionally go back and forth. There are certain things that allows them to segregate themselves from a public space versus a personal space, and that's excellent. I feel like if it can feel great to not be online all the time. Yes. For a generation that grew up online, I don't think they can distinguish that anymore. It can be very tough. So now it's the reverse, where when you actually literally go outside and talk to something, it's an environment that's different from online and their personal space. Their personal space is online because they share that space with their personal space. So the most daunting task people have now, or like younger people have now who are chronically online, is going outside. Like legitimately just going outside. Some folks stream themselves in their bedroom. Yeah, I remember personally feeling awkward having the option to see them being comfortable being so in a personal space. You're seeing my bedroom right now. Like, my bed is right here. I sleep on the floor. Like I sleep on like a memory foam thing. So I don't move from like it. Like I turn my seat around and I go to bed right there. You just can't see it because it's on the ground. And I am in my pajamas every single day. So, but the difference is that I separate them. I separate my behavior between the two. Like if you want to see what I look, if you want to see what it's like when I'm like not prepared for it, I probably wouldn't say a word for like 10 hours watching, like consuming 3 different things. Like it would be a panoramic of 4 things. I guess, I mean, they lay down and bring up their knees on the chair and wear what they wear, etc. Home activities. Yeah, I do too. You just can't see it. But I wouldn't lay down. That's fair. That's fair. But I move a lot. I do move a lot. And I could show some of this stuff, but I don't have cameras set up on that if people were curious. But I would like to do some home activities. This is my home activity most. I actually have a standing desk. So I was gonna go grab a walking treadmill and put it under my desk. This desk is motorized. Yeah, just very different. Very different. Sleeping is an interesting, there are sleep streams, right? Show people sleeping. That's an interesting thought too. I think the awkwardness really does come from being unprepared, but you get the genuine thing, right? What I mean is, for those people, their behavior doesn't necessarily change at all, and that's how they show their genuine self, and that's perfectly fine. I think it's more of a to each their own kind of situation here. That's like we're hitting the very boundaries of human perception, like expression, where for myself, the most genuine thing I can tell you and show you is how I behave behind a camera. And if I was to behave any other way, because some people say that's not your genuine self, you have to behave like you're not on camera, that's not true, because the whole environment is being behind a camera. Now, someone could invade my privacy and show what I do then, but for the most part, I can describe it to the best of my ability, right? For example, my evening routine is usually watching maybe like 2 or 3 movies, watching a show, reading something, and upkeeping my live service games all at once. So how do I capture that on the stream? Well, I could partition the screen into 4 different things while at the same time provide a camera for 2 different places while I'm doing them. Like sometimes I could be pacing around the house doing dead hangs while listening to a podcast from my phone that's next to my pull-up bar. So those are the things that I do when I'm not speaking and having to converse with anyone. I become like, I do the things that I need to do for maintenance, and I do them like for a really long time now, so they're automated. So there's quite a lot of things that go on at the same time. Can I demonstrate that in front of a camera? That'd be kind of hard. It'd be kind of difficult. Yeah, I do like 4 or 5 things at the same time. If I have to like practice, I don't know, some phrases or something, I would do it while walking. Yeah, I wouldn't be sitting down. If I'm going to eat, I would be at least listening to something and reading something while I'm eating. I do eat here. I have a tray over here, like off screen, that I use. I eat, read, and listen to 2 separate things. But I wouldn't be speaking then, because it'd be very hard to speak, see, listen at the same time. Yeah. However, occasionally I do that. I do have friends who like to voice chat. So then we would be voice chatting. I would be reading, listening to two separate tracks. And voices would go in one ear, tracks would go in a different ear. I would split the audio. Lots of things I could do. And they would be very low energy because I'm not outputting anything. So low energy, very low energy stuff. What is this? I want a YOLO. Oh no, that is a bad YOLO. Whoops, that's a bad YOLO too. Oh, that's a typo.
四季，
四季循环，
Whoops, I missed the S.
阻止，辅，
I'm kind of curious what kind of channels you're referring to. but that's okay. I mean, I saw those sleep streams. Someone like linked to me a couple sleep streams. I'm like, okay. I mean, the sky's the limit. Or in this case, the bed's the limit, I suppose. I think the like craziest thing, like if you want to think about extreme, I think the craziest thing is having a 38-hour stream or something, which is something I've done before in like maybe 6 years ago. But outside of that, no beds, no beds. My bed has been visible at some point. That's unintentional though. Why am I drawing a blank? Sandals. Sandals, what is that? A brush? Nope, alright. Nope. What? Nah, I have a mental block. We're not gonna spend. Right. Lee, oh yeah, that's right. Law. Yeah, yeah. Wait, how does the sandal thing work? Thing on the toilet in his hand, he has a priceless sandal, and the other had a luxurious. Oh, he writes it on the sandal? Ugh. Ugh. That's awful. Yeah, for law. That's a funny coincidence that the other Li is in the group.
勇士，
勇士们保护着村庄。
当兵，
当兵是一种义务，
律，阻力，
船会在水中受到阻力。
Hmm. What? Oh. Wait.
新娘，
新娘打扮得很漂亮。
新娘？
停，
What? How did I screw that up? Oh, that's Japanese. What is going on?
基地，
美国海军基地。
果，
新娘？新娘？ Like a newlywed? How do I... A bride? Wait, 新娘? What am I looking at there? Mouth and gloves.
哈，快餐，
西式快餐。
配，
What? Oh, just distribute. I mean, disperse is fine too. Sort of.
敢于，
敢于承担责任。
Yeah. Dare oneself, so like dare to do something. Okay. Okay, I mean, fair enough. That's fair enough.
地区，
西北地区。
Wait. Oh. Got the wrong.
黑猫，
可爱的黑猫。
美元，
美元升值了。
观众，
观众近5万人。
Oh no. Oh no, not again. Not again. I don't remember anymore. I have such a problem with this character. Earth. Cross. Hmm. No, it's just gonna mental block. It's fine. B. Right. It'll happen every once in a while. I'm not worried. I suppose.
加油，
飞机要在上海降落，加油。
Yeah, because Bigfoot is more like Frankenstein in that situation.
追求，
追求知识，
按，申请，
他正在申请大学。
申请 oh. Wait. No. Yes?
冰块，
冰块在热水中溶解了。
Oh, okay, hold up. I don't.
病，
I don't remember how. Oh, combined. So
松，
some of them are really tough. There's a gap.
碗，
Oh, I think this. Oh no. It deals with. Oh no. It deals with one for fondle or tinker.
饭，
Oh no. What am I looking at? Basketry.
某事，
把某事记在心间。
Some things, certain things, some matters, maybe some certain. What? Wrong. Fine. I think they want finish. Picture it. Mm-hmm.
毕业，
我没有大学毕业。
Actually, where does this fall off? In the cross is where it falls off. Oh, because it's a beanstalk. I missed the beanstalk. It's a beanstalk. Okay. Okay.
香，纸条，
两指宽的纸条，
It is a piece of paper. Or a strip of paper strip, but it's a piece of paper. The things you find out retroactively. Hold on. What is this? What am I looking at? Oh my gosh. My hands moved. My hands delivered.
凉鞋，
我今天穿着凉鞋去海滩。
末尾，
这本书的末尾有一个惊喜，
Oh, this is a chance for redemption on the right.
声调，
这个字是什么声调？
虫子，
小孩子喜欢捉虫子。
戏院，
我们今晚要去戏院。
骨架，
一个有用的分析骨架。
宣言，
宣言谈到了自由的重要性。
书架，
书架上的书放得很齐。
瓜，
Ah! Oh no. What incarnation am I looking at? Wait. YOLO? No. Ugh. Ugh.
农村，
他家在农村。
全部，
他们全部是学生。
冒险，
冒险是他的兴趣之一。
What? Mouse, yeah. Cold? Dangerous. Or Mo. Oh, typo.
召集，
召集全体员工开会。
团结，
团结就是力量。
Oh, unite, yeah. Oh no, I don't know. Oh wait, I do know. Ah, I missed a G.
“圈套”，
这是一个圈套。
书，场，
It's certain thing or certain matter or something. Oh, they took certain matter though. Okay, that. Whoa. Whoa. Oh.
神情，
他的神情有点怪。
Their nature, spirit, expression. Okay. I'm just gonna add this. Fine. It still works. What's the expression? Fine. Oh, Ting. Ting.
吵嘴，
他总是跟别人吵嘴。
职工，
这家工厂有很多职工。
精力，
他精力不如以前了。
Or energy. What? Oh, hey, wrong. I typed the wrong thing. Save me. I need to switch gears. Okay. Something makes me want to write. Something makes me want to write.
既然，
既然天气这么好，我们去公园吧。
Okay. What? Wait. Oh.
虫，机构，
这个机构专注于教育。
机构 The heck? Wait. Established machine?
经济，
我对经济完全不懂。
I had this and it's gone. I had this and it's gone. Dang it. I don't know anymore. It's accomplishment plus strength. Yeah, we're just gonna block this. Yeah, energy. I said energy and I totally forgot it. And okay.
水，饱，
We gotta we gotta move along here. Construct a machine. A machine that does things. Building a machine. Construction. Organization or institution. We're gonna block this out, right? The yeah, we're just gonna. I can't be bothered today. How would that rely established machine? I could say an established system. I think we're gonna block it out with established system. That's probably closer. Yeah,
修改，
这份报告要修改一下。
Re-evaluate, repair, like revisit, revise. It's probably revise. Revise sounds fine, I think. What? Oh.
压，
Oh no, I did it again.
补，
I did it again. What's this again? Have less than hours play today. Wonder how much I can get accomplished in 2 hours. Flower. What is that supposed to be? A pool? And I need to know what that other thing is. A voice recorder. Right. Hmm. I'm gonna use established system. Or organization. Maybe review? Revise? Okay, review, revise. Okay.
无限，
知识是无限的。
I'm gonna be okay. I think we're not gonna go over that. We're fine. It's good enough. Okay. Go quickly. Too long, too long. Okay. Picture it, picture it. Han, right? Han. Very long story. Mm-hmm. Wow. Han. Gee. More. Chen. Jin. Okay. Go my. Yi. 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 Ne. Yo. It's sure. Sure. I think this one can be a problem. Create, execute. Or create setup. Yeah. Yao. Yao Lan. Yao Lan. Whoa. Woo. Dong. Dong Yao. Waiver. Okay. 梦想未失 no 未至是 Oh, it's not 是 it's 至 That's why it's weird. Now that makes sense. Create. Set up. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. So, 这是 okay. 购物 Okay. 植物梦境 梦境 Alright, let's try this. Alright. So, Harry Poppers. Mr. Harry Poppers made his way into the pawn shop where he's looking at a magical clock. Magical clock that keep track of when snacks will be provided. Right. Keep track. Fine, keep. Walter White is in the has been captured and taken to the basement of the infirmary where he has a grueling task of balancing a heart or keeping a heart stable, or his heart stable in that case too. Keeping his heart stable while being challenged to balance a heart on a fork. Yep, it's as outrageous as it sounds. On a fork while literally bouncing on a crossbeam, wearing slippery cleats while the evil doctors tried to tickle him with grain stalks. Yep. Didn't make this up. That's where they went. That's what we're going to try to remember. Okay. So Bart made his way into the bathroom of the pawn shop where he is collaborating with his favorite partner, Slender Man, where they separate the duties in half. Where he starts breaking everything in the bathroom while Slender Man keeps everyone in the pawn shop occupied. Right. Then we have Julius Caesar in the bathroom, in his fancy bathroom at home, where he's assembled various trophies he had. The ear of his fallen foes and the corpse of Slenderman. All the while, a conga line of soldiers bring him more body trophies. Assembles more body parts for his trophy collection. Alright, so now we have Mario, who is once again finding his shenanigans in the office building. Only this time, he is running away from fingers that are constantly attempting to grope him. So instead, he found a coffin in which he hid, and he hopes that they would go away. at some point. The same coffin he tried to sneak into the office building by imitating a tree. Now Quasimodo has gone into the pawn shop hoping to find a spring with miracle curing water for his hump. Right. That's fine. That's good enough. There's white water. He ultimately dug and found it. White water comes forth, providing some solace. Okay. Now we have Julius Caesar, who's greeting soldiers in front of the infirmary. Injured soldiers. 2 injured soldiers. 2 injured soldiers covered in dirt from the battles before. And he gave them 2 equal containers of the spoils of war for their duty, right? Okay, can I think of a couple characters there that really... Oh, I had a blank on Lee for whatever reason. These things happen. Right. Or long. Organization. Whose established system. The system was coming from... Dang it. G. Oh man, I have to write G. And establish was goal. Probably the most questionable one. So G. Okay. G is... Oh no. It's a person. Oh no. Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, that was okay. I messed up where I was going with it though. That's why it looked a little weird. The go. Go is... Oh no. Tree. Oh. Yeah, that's good enough. Was it wired mesh and rack? Yes. Eco. Organization. Probably the weakest. Yeah, that's good enough. Good to go. Alright folks, that's a wrap for HanziHero today. Got a bit of a digression in there, right? It'll be interesting how my opinions will change over time. That's some juicy things. Brainstorming. Lots of correlations, of course. They're mostly coincidental behavioral patterns. Let's see how much that holds up as the future changes, right? Until then, that's a wrap for HanziHero. If you're gonna watch this later, see you. As always, feel free to follow along. Stay, ask some questions, stay for the discussion. I occasionally monologue to myself because learning a language also inspires a lot of other things, other thoughts. It's definitely a transformative experience whenever you're learning something and being very fixed on it. I also shared like my mentality is very different, right? The internet is a public space, so regardless of where I'm physically at, mentally, I treat things very differently, and I don't think that's something that I share with. I rarely empathize with other people's, let's say, efforts and mindset when it comes to how to treat the internet or behave on the internet, right? That's something to talk about. You're more than welcome to stop on by, share your thoughts, exchange ideas. We can offer and share stories, if not express and learn from each other. Right. So until then, those who are only interested in HanziHero, 大家下次见. I'll see you guys next time. I'll be back. I'm gonna get up, stretch, take a quick bathroom break. Back for Phantom X. Thank you very much.